Hey you all, how you all be? You all be okay? I'll be okay too. I think so. Anyway, it's time for another exciting rendition of Let's Play Video Games. And today we're gonna do part two of Deus Ex Human Revolution Director's Cut. And part two. Part one we did the other day. And if you were with us, you know we had a few glitches here and there. But we managed to overcome them. So now let's let's all switch to the game screen and begin the game. Here we go. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start from where I left off yesterday because I missed the commentary that I wanted to make sure we caught. So we have finished. We have finished the extraction, and these are all the quests we've done so far. We did save. We did secure the hostages. I had to start the game over again in order to do that. Because if you take too long at the beginning of the game to getting to the helipad or helipad, the hostages will be killed. So remember that. Don't waste time looking around. Just head to that helipad and you'll be able to save the hostages. Otherwise, they will be killed. Let me see. Got 2 praxises. I haven't done any augmentations yet. Just been playing with what I was given to start with. I do have a shotgun though, which is pretty cool. This is something that wasn't in the original game. Holding the interaction button will activate the 2 rounds burst. Video mode. This is 2 cartridges by pressing the trigger. Okay. Smoothbore dual barrel shotgun. Yeah, you didn't get this in the first game, in the first release. This you get with Director's Cut, which you know you get a bunch of extras stuff. Look at that damage, bro. I mean, it just damage. And unfortunately, you can only load 2 shells at a time. So And then there's also this for, yeah, you used to have this one. I'm just playing with the tranquilizer. I haven't really used it yet. I've been taking people down with melee or melee. I don't know how you pronounce that. I do have these though. These I'm probably gonna find a use for. Selected untouched explosive device as if they were grenades. Push and hold the throw button to detonate. I thought you could place them and walk away. Use them like grenades. Deploy explosive to handheld short-range wireless radio. Oh, okay, yeah. So.
Hey, I'm Vanessa Kitchen.
It's pretty neat. I got a frag grenade and 2 concussion grenades.
When it comes to holidays.
I threw away a lot of other stuff, like
The mission of the Master of Science and Energy and Sustainability is really to train the leaders of the future to make change happen. The individuals in this program
mostly ammo, or like the sniper rifle ammo, the assault rifle, stuff like that I don't have. So I'm not going to be really killing people. You know, I'm going to be merciful and try not to kill anybody. Although I do have that achievement already, you know, the pacifist achievement. So, again, the reason I'm playing this is so I can do all the commentary. You know, the director's commentary, game maker's commentary. Let's proceed.
You made a lot of people happy tonight, Jensen. And not just the men in suits.
It's what they pay me for.
No. They pay you to put corporate interests ahead of people. You found a way to satisfy everyone. Guess Dr. Reed was telling the truth about you.
Megan? What are you talking about, Malik?
Before you were hired, she said the papers were lying about Mexican Town. That you weren't fired from the force. You quit when you realized Protect and Serve had become Protect and Serve the corporate interest. Nice to see she was right. You ready to go?
Yeah, go. Got all my crap?
Yeah, get me out of here, Malik.
Your wish is my command. Climb in. New orders just in, Jensen. The boss wants Pritchard to examine the Typhoon ASAP.
Copy that. Thanks for the lift.
No problem. Hey, and Jensen, I just wanted to say, new look suits you. Like you haven't missed a beat at all.
Thanks.
So, how's it feel? Being augmented?
Excuse me?
Don't take it the wrong way.
I
mean, I've got a few neuro enhancements myself. Discreet ones to help me fly better. But I chose to get them implanted. You didn't. Now that you had a chance to try them out, what do you think?
You just press.
I think people should stop asking me so many questions.
Hey, I was just...
Ever since I walked in tonight, people have been staring, gossiping about whether or not I'm ready for this.
Your recovery was remarkably quick, Jensen. Most people need at least a year to get used to new limbs.
So maybe I'm a fast healer. Or maybe I'd rather damn myself to hell than let what happened to me stop me from doing my job.
Your job? Really? Because we both know that's not why you came back in here today, Jensen. Look, I want to find the bastards who did this as much as you do. So if I could help you in any way, all you gotta do is ask.
I appreciate that, Malik, but right now...
You've got to get the Typhoon into the tech lab, right. See you later, then. Oh, and Jensen, the boss wants a face-to-face debrief in his office once it's secure.
Roger that. Good night, Malik.
Didn't give me that. Oh, man. Destroy this one.
So this particular computer here is one of the important ones in light of the fact that it is the first computer in the game where you can actually find our first Nigerian email scam. We had a lot of fun with the emails, trying to make it feel like it's a real part of the world and like the world we know. And so you can actually find on every map one Nigerian email somewhere in the map. And in the Hangsha map, there's actually a computer that you can find where you find the person who originated the Nigerian email scam, and his computer lists every single computer in the game that has it. So we were actually debating whether we would make it an achievement to find him, but in the end we kind of cut that one off of the list.
They won't let me do capital letters.
Ay, ay, ay.
I do capital letters. Tux.
Access granted.
Why can't I do capital letters? Well, you know, it's just that it's such an old game, bro. All the mapping things are let me see. Which one is it? Which one is it for the media log? L. So let me see. L is for media logs. E is map or M? Okay. E, M. Augmentation is O. Inventory is I. Mission logs is U. Alright. What else do I need to know? Hotbar, auto hide toggle. X weapon, furious weapon. Day commentary. Alright, there you go. Oh, now we go talk to her.
I thought that maniac was going to kill me. I hope you did the right thing letting him go like that. I just don't know what he expected to accomplish. Seraph Industries isn't breaking any laws.
Not really that fat. Well, I guess you say everybody else is skinny. No, they're just like her.
I owe you my life. And Greg's too. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I owe you my life. And Greg's too.
Son of a bitch! Nice job securing the plant.
How the hell did you let the bastard get away?
Security
You dropped the
guard
ball.
can handle
I can't believe they made us wait out here while the leader of these assholes got away.
the terrorist leader, Jensen. Sorry, Mr. Thorpe. The target is on lockdown. Nice job securing the plant.
But my wife.
Where the hell were you in all this?
Security
Aren't
guard
you
can
Sarah's
handle it.
security chief?
Not
Son
even
of a
not Jensen.
bitch. I'd love to get
I'm
my
glad
hands
someone
on
decided
whoever
to send
let
you
them
in
away.
first. No telling what would have happened.
My
while
wife.
us ran
Is she all right?
She's fine. A little shaken up, though. Swab will need to debrief her, but you'll see her soon.
I don't know what to say. I think I've given up on her. You're a true hero, man.
A hero.
I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
There's no need for that. I was just doing my job.
Don't be modest. I didn't recognize you before, but I know who you are, Mr. Jensen. And I know you weren't supposed to be back at work yet. Thank God you are. I'll be in touch. Count on it. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. I will find a way to repay you for this. Expect to hear from me soon, Mr. Jensen. Expect to hear from me soon, Mr. Jensen.
Well, so that's the end of the mission in manufacturing plant, and maybe a lot of players didn't know that, but actually you can go back into the plant.
You made a lot of people happy tonight, Jensen. And not just the men in suits.
It's what they pay me for.
No. They pay you to put corporate interests ahead of people. You found a way to satisfy everyone. Guess Dr. Reed was telling the truth about you.
Megan? What are you talking about, Malik?
Before you were hired, she said the papers were lying about Mexican Town. That you weren't fired from the force. You quit when you realized Protect and Serve had become Protect and Serve the corporate interest. Nice to see she was right. You ready to go?
Yeah, get me out of here, Malik.
Your wish is my command. Climb in. New orders just in, Jensen. The boss wants Pritchard to examine the Typhoon ASAP.
Copy that. Thanks for the lift.
No problem. Hey, and Jensen, I just wanted to say, new look suits you. Like, you haven't missed a beat at all.
Thanks.
So, how's it feel? Being augmented.
There's a commentary here, 'cause I've seen it already.
Don't take it the wrong way. I mean, I've got a few neuro enhancements myself. Discreet ones to help me fly better. But I chose to get them implanted. You didn't. Now that you had a chance to try them out, what do you think?
I'm not gonna lie and say they didn't come in handy back there. But like you said, I didn't choose to get augmented.
So it'll take some getting used to. I get it. But don't be surprised if the boss keeps pushing you to get more.
Why? What do you mean?
You know how he is. He thinks augmentations are the be-all, end-all of everything. And he can't understand why someone wouldn't want to become more than human.
Megan used to say the same thing.
I'm not surprised. The research she was doing was pretty damn inspired. Might have convinced a lot more people to give what we make here a try.
If that bastard hadn't killed her.
Listen, Jensen. I know you want to find the men who attacked us, and so do I. If I can help in any way, all you gotta do is ask.
Actually, there is something. I want to know about the first attack.
Fine. Ask away.
You were there that night. What do you remember about it?
That it was chaos. First, everybody figured there'd been some kind of accident, but Pritchard couldn't get a good visual and communications were haywire. Then we heard the explosions. By the time anyone knew what had hit us...
They were gone.
Whoever they were good, Jensen. Special training good.
Did anyone else see them? The men who attacked?
Not well enough to get a description. Pritchard got some fuzzy images off one of the Intellicams, but his tapes were all confiscated by Homeland Security.
Homeland? I heard Homicide passed it over to Special Investigations. Detroit Special Investigations.
They did, for the first month. After that, all I really know is the case is still pending, and Mr. Seraph is not pleased.
I've been thinking about why they attacked. What they were really after.
Isn't it obvious? They didn't want us going to Washington.
No, that was just timing. Hearings can be rescheduled. Somebody else can present Megan's findings.
I don't think so, Jensen. They took out her whole team. Declan Faraday, Vasily Savchenko, Nia Colvin, even Eric Koss. The labs their bodies were found in.
Were burned to a crisp. I know.
The only reason you weren't caught in the fire was because that retaining wall came down. Saved your life, believe it or not.
So the whole attack was just to destroy Megan's research.
Sure looks that way. Mr. Seraph is hoping to reconstruct it, but it may take months. If he can keep us solvent that long.
I'm gonna find him, Malik. One way or another.
I believe you. And just so you know, when you do, I've got your back.
I appreciate that, Malik, but right now...
You've got to get the Typhoon into the tech lab, right. See you later, then. Oh, and Jensen, the boss wants a face-to-face debrief in his office once it's secure.
Roger that. Good night, Malik.
Hey, I didn't get why did I get the commentary? Need to go down there, but I can't. Why did I get the commentary?
Those are some top-of-the-line augmentations Mr. Seraph hooked you up with, Jensen. Did you get a chance to test them out at the Milwaukee Junction facility?
Yeah. Get a taste of one?
Another attack? Can't wait to see what the Humanity Front says about it this time.
get that commentary? There you go.
So here's the VTOL or the VTOL, Adam's chopper or Farida's chopper.
That's not it.
This is definitely one of the pieces of hardware that I really prefer in the game. I mean, one of my favorite ones. I think it's a perfect mix of really almost hardcore sci-fi design, yet with a lot of credibility to it, where you can easily imagine this is where things would go, you know, in 20 or 30 years from now. I just really love it. I've always wanted to make a little, you know, model of it, you know, kind of like a scratch build with
it looks really good.
It looks really good. Just buying pieces of model kits from airplanes and stuff like that, and just like from the pieces actually build that. And yeah, it has a lot of character, and that's it. I really like it.
And speaking of character, since the VTOL is also very much associated with Farida
yeah.
Malik, Farida was actually a character who was not originally thought to be a very important character in the game. I think it took a long time before we actually gave her a name. In fact, at first we were calling her Farina, but then everyone here was saying, Mary, that means wheat in French.
Flour.
And it's flour in French. It can't be that and everything. So,
yeah.
but she really wasn't intended to be this big character at all in the game. And then as we continued developing the game and writing the scripts and starting to add more player choice into dialogues, she ended up becoming, and it makes sense when you think about it, because she's one of your constant companions. So she ended up coming within the development process itself, developing into a very big character. And I think our original backstory for her was she was supposed to be of Muslim descent, and we originally wanted to have her use Arabic.
Why is this hanging on me? Why is this? Maybe it's because I'm using different saves?
Language and swear words and everything.
We tried it.
But then when we ended up casting the actress as 100% American.
Well, because here's the thing, what I remember is, and you had a strong affection for the character because it was based on a character in Battlestar Galactica. I think that, you were saying as a reference.
A little bit.
It was
like
Starbucks.
As a reference.
Yeah, as a reference, yeah.
So we had that, but then she's got to be Arabic. So we had found the actress and we loved what she brought, and she had that sort of tough, kind of tomboyish sort of way about her, and we really loved everything about it. But every time we would have dialogue where she'd have to swear in Arabic to kind of give her that, you know, where she comes from, it just always sounded really forced. It just never worked. Like she would nail the pronunciation, but it's just, you know, it's not natural.
We pretty much figured the first time that she did it, that was like, okay, we're dropping all that right now, so we're just going with the American.
Yeah, Mary quickly adapted it. We kept the character. We kept her origins. We just removed the swearing from the Arabic language and kept her North American, and it worked well.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, the thing on her face above her lip, like it actually in the game it looks like a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a monaural piercing, and it just didn't really come out all that well in the game. So everybody, like, there's a lot of fan art about Farida, and they put a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a little piercing. Really.
No, you know the truth.
No, you know the truth.
Piercing.
Say that again?
I always thought it was a piercing.
Cool, so we were too, thinking it was a piercing.
It sucks I didn't get that. Because it talks about coming back to the pad. Why didn't I get that? No pause. Wait a minute, I read these already. Oh well. I gotta get to Pritchard.
How public opinion has turned on David so quickly. Like it's his fault these lunatics keep attacking us.
People seem to think we're hiding something.
Only because Eliza Kazan keeps spinning it that way. Seriously, it used to be that when David talked, all of Detroit listened. What happened?
What happened is that David made too many promises he couldn't keep. 20 years ago, Detroit was on its last legs, remember? And Seraph Industries promised to pick it back up.
Oh, like one company and one man can do that by himself. They're a bunch of ungrateful hacks, if you ask me. Adam, I heard you were back, but I just didn't believe it. Gosh, you look good. Were you at the factory tonight? Was that what SWAT was waiting for? Wow, it's good to have you back.
Hey, Jensen, heard about what happened in Milwaukee Junction tonight. Is it true they were really after the typhoon? I tell you, you can't trust anything the media puts out there these days. I tell you, you can't trust anything the media puts out there these days.
Yes, we all heard. Hopefully I can get out of here soon. Well, I'm not surprised. You've heard what Taggart's been saying. Okay, take care.
Yoruba.
Jensen, you were there, at the plant. What happened? How did that monster get away from you? I mean, I'm sure you did everything you could, but what if he does it again? What if he attacks us here? I mean, I'm sure you did everything you could, but what if he does it again? What if he attacks us here?
That comments about the pizza. Well, I want to give me and. Well. Oh, you don't get them for the newspapers? Yeah, I guess not. It's too much to write. I wish what they would do is like not make them available once you listen to them. That way you can remember.
Great job at the plant, boss. Wish I could have gone out with you, but things got...
Talks all over the office, Mr. J. You really took care of those Purity First assholes. Wish I could have been there to see it.
All they do is watch Picus and listen to the one-sided pundits talk about us like we're monsters.
Dory, your family has a right to their opinion, but they don't have the right to ostracize you for yours.
They think I'm some kind of evil farmer. They say I'm harvesting fake body parts and allowing the butchers of the human race to carry out their plan. It's just awful.
We all know how divided this country is right now. The Civil War split up families. So did the Iraq War, Texas separatism. At the end of the day, you have to do what you feel is right. Dory's just a little bit upset. Family problems? She'll be all right, don't worry. It's nice of you to be concerned, but I'm sure you've got more important things to deal with.
It's just so unfair, Adam. Why can't people see there's a real need for what we do here? You get it, don't you? I mean, if it wasn't for Seraph Industries, you'd be dead right now.
Mr. Jensen, you're already back from the plant? That must mean everyone's okay, right? I know some of the people that were working today. That must mean everyone's okay, right?
Nice job tonight,
I know some of the people that
I
were
heard
working
most
today.
of those vandals got arrested peacefully. Things could have been so much worse. Would you like to get a coffee with me sometime? I feel so much safer when you're around.
Jensen. Didn't think I'd see you back here. I guess I couldn't find anyone competent to take your place. Hey, I'm not saying you don't know how to do your job, but 2 attacks in 6 months and how many people dead? Not a good track record, pal.
Good work securing the plant, Jensen. Those augmentations must have come in handy. I don't know if I could have held back like you did, though. I probably would have left a few more of them splattered all over the walls. Teach them a lesson.
Can you believe it? There are people out there siding with the bastards who attacked us. Defending the human race, my ass. This city is just waiting to explode, my friend. Take my word for it. One spark and it'll blow.
Billionaires do when they get bored. They save the world. Didn't you know that? Hey, 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 look who's back. I heard you were healing really fast. Congratulations, man.
You looking for something, Jensen? I think Pritchard's in the tech lab.
Think you'll be back with us full time or just a couple hours a day? Because, man, we could sure use more people around here.
Nice to have you back, by the way.
Jensen,
You back to handling security around here? Because somebody's stealing supplies again. I had vials of neuropozyne and a stim pack in my office, and they're gone. They didn't just up and walk away. Yeah.
Finally, someone who can get things done. Welcome back, Adam. Morale has been pretty low since you left, but I suspect things will start turning around now.
Yeah, and Seraph HQ, when I saw it, I was pretty impressed with it. It was really quite the achievement visually, and just everything you had in there. There was so much exploring to do. All the pillars you could get the history from. You could get the history of augmentation and the work Seraph had done. So I knew for the exploring type players, they were going to spend a fair amount of time here. So it was a bit stressful in coming up with the track for this. I just remember telling Mike, I want something really cerebral and subtle, something that can easily just slip into your back consciousness while you're playing, and you would only notice it if we took it away. And
it's kind of melancholic, right?
It is. It's got a very melancholy, almost a bit of a sad feel to it.
Is that the same track that we ended up putting on a website, on the Seraph Industries website, like viral website that we did?
I think so. It's the same track that we use as the menu track, because it just we were going to compose a menu track, but in the end we just felt this track was really strong, and it represented, I don't know, it sort of encompassed something of the game that was important, and it felt okay to put it as the menu track, because it's almost like Seraph HQ, you visit it 3-4 times in the game, and again, you know, when you're going to revisit an area and you're coming back with the same music, you're really hoping people aren't like, oh, not this again. So, you know, I was fully aware of that all the time and a bit stressed out about it, but again, credit to Mike and the work he did. He came back with a track that, for me, it fit perfect, and based on the comments that were positive that people came back with, we actually said, well, let's throw it in as the menu track, because people seem to really like it, and it seems to work.
Hey, Jensen. I hear you were a real ghost tonight. Those Purity First assholes never even knew you were there. Guess those augmentations made you light on your feet, huh? Maybe I should think about getting some.
I don't buy for a second he was with Purity First. I think someone slipped him into Sandra's group to manipulate those thugs.
Yeah, but who? Who would know we were developing the Typhoon?
Same people who attacked us last time, Roy. I mean, come on. We were testing it when they broke in.
All right, I'll give you that. So what? You think a foreign government is behind this?
Governments aren't the only ones hiring mercenaries these days. Isolé, Kusanji, Taeyong Medical. Any one of our competitors could be behind this. Hey, do you know if David is going to step it up security-wise around here? No offense, but I just don't feel like our workplace is safe anymore.
Jensen, is it true Sanders acted surprised when he heard about the hacker? Who do you think sent the mole?
Talk's all over the office, Mr. J. You really took care of those Purity First assholes. Wish I could have been there to see it. I would have liked to have kicked a few asses myself. Hey, does the company have an augmentation subsidy program? I'd totally take advantage of that.
Hey, Mr. Jensen. I just finished sweeping the 3rd floor. Gave your office a once-over while I was there. Everything is just the way you left it. Honestly, there wasn't much for me to do, considering you haven't been there for so long. I'll bet you got a bunch of emails waiting though, right?
So as you walk around Seraph HQ, you'll see on all the doors, or near all the offices, are the names of the employees. We kind of did this all at once, very quickly. One of the level designers said, well, we need to name these people, and we had no idea. So I assigned it to one of the writers, Mark, and he had the great idea that since this is a scientific research and a thing in the Renaissance style, why don't we make up names? Why don't we take names of scientists and Renaissance thinkers from the past and painters and kind of mix them up? So a lot of the people in here, with the exception of Will Rossellini, are actually these references to ancient to Renaissance thinkers and painters and artists.
Adam! Mr. Seraph made an announcement earlier. Said you saved the workers at the plant. You're a hero. Thank God he called you in. Long live the new and improved Jensen.
Right. Well, lucky for us, Jensen was there to recover.
Jensen. Didn't think I'd see you back here. I guess I couldn't find anyone competent to take your place.
Oh, fuck off. Weasel.
We don't know that for sure.
And if they hadn't been considering it, Bill Taggart wouldn't have gone to Geneva to give that damn speech, and no one would have tried to kill him.
There's no way you can say that for sure.
Let me finish, Will. We had the world's sympathy for a while, but isn't it funny how quickly it turned on us?
We just need to show the world what good human enhancement can do for people. We need to finish what Megan started. Jensen, I heard you were back. I hope people outside the company aren't giving you a hard time. About your enhancements, I mean. It can be tough adjusting, but once you've gotten used to your new abilities, you'll love them.
Hey, Tiger. Megan always did say you'd take well to augmentations. People always fear change, but in the end, it's the ones on the fence who'll make the difference. At least, I think she was talking about you.
Can you believe it? There are people out there siding with the bastards who attacked us.
So on a whole different subject, if you look at the window there, it says vision on it. And what's interesting is that, when you're in the lobby and you're looking up at Adam's office, and the people don't actually know it's Adam's office. They're just coming into Cyrus Industries to see, to inquire about stuff or whatever you do when you go to Cyrus Industries. And it says vision, and it's just kind of part of the decoration, and it means that the company's looking to the future. It's got vision and all that kind of stuff. But what's interesting as well is that it's kind of like an all-seeing eye. It's Adam Jensen's office. He's a security officer, and this is where he's kind of perched and kind of looking at what's happening into the company. So that was kind of interesting.
Vision. Where is she vision at? I don't see vision.
So on a whole different subject, if you look at the window there, it says vision on it. And what's interesting is that, when you're in the lobby and you're looking up at Adam's office, and the people don't actually know it's Adam's office. They're just coming into Cyrus Industries to see, to inquire about stuff or whatever you do when you go to Cyrus Industries. And it says vision, and it's just kind of part of the decoration, and it means that the company's looking to the future. It's got vision and all that kind of stuff. But what's interesting as well is that it's kind of like an all-seeing eye. It's Adam Jensen's office. He's a security officer, and this is where he's kind of perched and kind of looking at what's happening into the company. So that was kind of interesting.
Vision. On the window. I don't see it.
There's another change. There's more opportunities. There's more time.
So here in Adam's office, you can see his computer. You can find emails on it, and as you can find emails all over the company of Seraph. But in particular here, we start off a quest for Jensen to investigate these neuropazine thefts that are going on. And this was actually a mini quest that was...
Pretty letter comes, free delivery, right to my front door. It's simple, and it's so great. I literally feel nothing. The lightweight crystals absorb urine and trap odor. And it's 99.9%
kind of proposed by a level designer, the level designer who created this level, and he came to us and said he really wanted to have this really cool thing where you could kind of break into offices and find the codes to other people's offices, and it would be this whole mystery of kind of solving this, wrapping it up to the side quest of who's stealing the neuropazine. But his real intention was really just to give players a reason to get inside offices and steal things and find good codes for it. So he never really thought through the actual quest itself, and neither did really me or anyone else. And so when we actually sat down to start writing these emails, we just kind of had this thing as I'm going forward and I'm trying to build this whole mystery through this whole quest, and eventually as I'm getting to the end, I'm realizing there's no payoff.
Yeah, there's nothing.
And there's nothing, because we can't pay it off, because that's part of the side quest that comes later.
Yeah.
And we were doing it so late in the production process that we just kind of had no chance.
It was a bummer because a lot of players came to us after that because they were really into that quest and everything, and they were asking us like, how does it end? Like, where's the conclusion? And we're like,
the conclusion is when you steal from your office, it leads nowhere.
Yeah. There's the moral.
There's the moral. I steal
crime
pixels and polygons all
Or
the
it
time.
does.
I don't know what to do with them. I have no idea. I stack them up.
Stealing's bad, okay?
Yeah.
Why won't it let me do capital letters? Why won't it let me do capital letters? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Oh. Using the wrong one. That's what it is. I was using the wrong shit. Was it an ebook? Yeah. Maybe I was doing the wrong thing, huh? Mandrake? Is that what it is? Okay, the login is agent, the password is Mandrake. That's what it was. I was just using the wrong one. Alright. Although I do get more points if I hack it. Well, let me see if it works. I get points for that? I think they get put, I don't need to write them down, they get put automatically into the game. 37, 16, and 13. For a lawyer. Denzel Mitchell. Okay, let's look for Denzel Mitchell. And who is the other one? Willis. What you talking about, Willis? Wills. William. Rossellini? Will Rossellini. Okay, let's look for Denzel Mitchell and Will Rossellini. He's working in Office 23. Office 23, then. 33, 35. 23 is downstairs. This 21, 23, here we go. Will Rossellini.
So here we're in front of one of Sarif's employees, and he's called Will Rossellini. And actually, he was our consultant on augmentation in the game. And what is really cool about this, how it came to be, is that one day we were working and we received an official letter by this guy presenting himself and everything in the field he was working in and everything. And he said that it could be really an asset to us to work with the augmentations and
because
stuff.
he was a huge fan of Deus Ex, and
Exactly.
he really wanted to make sure that the level of scientific knowledge was accurate and into it to make that fiction feel even more real.
Exactly. So we contacted him, and therefore we started this collaboration, and now he was more into your turf.
And he really helped me a lot, because we would have just been doing research ourselves, but you're never really sure what's right. But having an expert in the field who can actually kind of help guide us and correct things and help with a lot of the technical jargon that we were working with was really good. And then I remember kind of thinking, as we were coming up with Serif's offices and the employees and needing names for people, I was like, we should see if Will wants his name on one of those doors. So I sent him an email and I said, hey, would it be okay if we gave you an office? And he was like, oh my God, that would be so cool.
Because it's a biotech company, you know, so like that's what he does.
Exactly. And then it actually worked out that he was involved in some of the mystery of the theft. And I said, we're actually probably going to accuse you at one point and make you a suspect at one point. Is that okay? And he's like, oh my God, that it would be so amazing. So it worked out really well for us, I think.
He's a very interesting guy. Didn't he used to play baseball or something?
Yeah, he was in the MLB at some point.
MLB?
With Arizona, I think. Can't remember exactly.
What is that? I'm not really familiar with baseball. Was that like the league right before the big league or something?
No, it's the big league.
Major
League. MLB.
MLB, Major League.
Major League. Yeah.
Like he was in the real thing.
You know, like with a ball and a baseball bat.
Yeah,
that's
like Serif has
the
in
thing
his
that like
office?
lasts forever and nothing happens.
No, that's soccer.
Oh, that's.
Okay, so now I gotta go to room 32. Frank Denzel who? Denzel Mitchell on the second floor?
Yeah, and Serif HQ, when I saw it, I was pretty impressed with it. It was really quite the achievement visually, and just everything you had in there. There was so much exploring to do. All the pillars you could get the history from. You could get the history of augmentation and the work Seraph had done. So I knew for the exploring type players, they were going to spend a fair amount of time here. So it was a bit stressful in coming up with the track for this. I just remember telling Mike, I want something really cerebral and subtle, something that can easily just slip into your back consciousness while you're playing, and you would only notice it if we took it away. And
it's kind of melancholic, right?
It is. It's got a very melancholy, almost a bit of a sad feel to it.
Is that the same track that we ended up putting on a website, on the Seraph Industries website, like viral website that we did?
I think so. It's the same track that we use as the menu track, because it just we were going to compose a menu track, but in the end we just felt this track was really strong and it represented, I don't know, it sort of encompassed something of the game that was important, and it felt okay to put it as the menu track, because it's almost like Seraph HQ, you visit it 3-4 times in the game. And again, you know, when you're going to revisit an area and you're coming back with the same music, you're really hoping people aren't like, oh, not this again. So, you know, I was fully aware of that all the time and a bit stressed out about it. But again, credit to Mike and the work he did. He came back with a track that, for me, it fit perfect. And based on the comments that were positive that people came back with, we actually said, well, let's throw it in as the menu track, because people seem to really like it and it seems to work.
Missing something here.
Need access to over 32,000 customers. Need Rivian.
You're buying a whole home generator, or you do have a choice. Or you sign on the bottom. You owe it to yourself to come, Federal Credit Union. Every year we save people just like you hundreds of thousands of dollars. We offer great rates, and that leads to huge smiles for our team and our members.
Where's Hacking at?
Credit Union. We make your next purchase and put our epic lending rates to work for you. Good stuff. You made this far, right? Then, listen. When you're creating, exploring, it turned out to be read this.
Access denied.
Yep.
Access granted.
Oh, there was a password there. What? Let me see, can I backtrace then and save my, I did 1140. No. Oh well, I should look around more. Where? Van Weasel. That was it? Well, let's, oh, what was I doing? I was looking at names. Denzel Mitchell, yeah, here was. Office 4, then he's OOTO until Thursday, so I just gotta out of the office until Thursday. I just gotta get into her office. Or the snake gave me the code to 27 next door to hers. Thinking, letting myself in there and using the air ducts to cross into her office. 27, huh? Okay, I gotta go to office 27. There it is. this?
Yeah, and Seraph HQ, when I saw it, I was pretty impressed with it. It was really quite the achievement visually, and just everything you had in there. There was so much exploring to do. All the pillars you could get the history from. You could get the history of augmentation and the work Seraph had done. So I knew for the exploring type players, they were going to spend a fair amount of time here. So it was a bit stressful in coming up with the track for this. I just remember telling Mike, I want something really cerebral and subtle, something that can easily just slip into your back consciousness while you're playing, and you would only notice it if we took it away. And
it's kind of melancholic, right?
It is. It's got a very melancholy, almost a bit of a sad feel to it.
Is that the same track that we ended up putting on a website, on the Seraph Industries website, like viral website that we did?
I think so. It's the same track that we use as the menu track, because it just we were going to compose a menu track, but in the end we just felt this track was really strong, and it represented, I don't know, it sort of encompassed something of the game that was important, and it felt okay to put it as the menu track, because it's almost like Seraph HQ, you visit it 3-4 times in the game, and again, you know, when you're going to revisit an area and you're coming back with the same music, you're really hoping people aren't like, oh, not this again. So, you know, I was fully aware of that all the time and a bit stressed out about it, but again, credit to Mike and the work he did. He came back with a track that, for me, it fit perfect, and based on the comments that were positive that people came back with, we actually said, well, let's throw it in as the menu track, because people seem to really like it, and it seems to work.
Tyranny of biology. And I'm raking in the cash, huh? I need me some Praxis kits. Hopeful person.
So with this one, the Final Fantasy poster, it was quite an adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the concept artists who had this idea, and he just he's like, you know, it was not too long after we were bought by Square Enix, so he had the idea to do this little poster, and it's Final Fantasy 27, obviously, because the game takes place in 2027, and he just put it like this for the fun of it. and it became something really, really big because we wanted to keep it. But, you know, the way Square Enix works, you know, they're very serious about the license and whatnot. So we actually went up all the way to Wadasan to be approved
And ask him
to leave there, and he actually had to show it to some of the artists and some of the art directors of the franchise, so they could approve that it, you know, it had something that had to do with the game. And what's funny as well is if you look at the poster, the head of the lady is hiding the numbers, and there's actually not enough space for the numbers if you actually try to imagine them there, which doesn't work. But whatever, it's still there. Yeah.
Do tell. For your information, I am running a diagnostic sweep on our network and router security to find out how Sanders' hacker got a hold of our codes.
I'd have thought the first question to ask is, whose codes were they? Unless you already know.
Stick to kicking down doors and shooting people, Jensen, and stop trying to do my job. I guarantee you we'll get along better that way. Oh, and by the way, Jensen, I know you've gone through a lot of physical changes of late, but you didn't become a woman. Stay out of the ladies' restroom.
I'm gonna practice. Take your Cyber Boost bar, and I'm gonna eat it right in front of you. How you like that? Oh, okay. And I need invisibility. I need 2, right? Three seconds per energy cell. I got 2 energy cells, so that's 6 seconds. 10 seconds, 14 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, how do I make myself invisible? Manual. Okay, so how do I do it? How do I make myself invisible? Ah, that's how I make myself invisible. F1. Is that right? Activate cloak. Yeah. Activate typhoon. Silent movement. Smart vision. Okay. All right. One good turn deserves another. Meet with Greg Thorpe. Okay. Each shower. Give the typhoon to Pritchard. Now I gotta meet with Sarah in the penthouse.
Here we have a good example of show don't tell with this plate on the wall, where we make this building feel much more important and bigger than what is actually playable.
And I remember the first version of it when I was playing it, the level artist had slapped up a sign, and it basically just had 3 floors to the whole building, because that's really all you get to explore.
But when you're outside, it's humongous.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, guys, we gotta have more in there. We gotta have like more offices and more things to show this. So we ended up submitting a list to him, and some of the things we wanted didn't get in there. Like we wanted a cafeteria named the Swallow's Nest, named after one of the writers who worked with us. And then the whole part about this is all under construction, it ended up helping us to explain why you only go to a few floors, and yet also tie into the story. So what I love about this cutscene is the baseball. It was an element in the backstory of Seraph's character, and it became such an important part of so much of the game itself.
And the way that the ball falls at some point and it reveals Adam Jensen in the back, it really shows that Adam Jensen is Sarah's puppet.
And what's funny is when we did the audition session, there was a monologue sort of scene, actually a dialogue with Mary playing the role of Megan, and Steve Shellen just sold it so much, speaking about augmented pitchers using a baseball. So again, the baseball comes into play, and it really had a big part of him getting the role.
Yeah, how you feeling?
I've had better days.
Well, when we're done here, check him at Dr. Markovic at the limb clinic downtown. Get her to get a checkup.
If you insist. Listen, about Sanders?
Yeah, about Sanders. What the hell were you thinking? Letting him slip away like that? I sent you in there to take care of things.
I'm hoping it'll pay off for us later. Sanders was furious when he found out his hacker was augmented. He's not gonna rest till he finds out who set him up.
Oh, and you're naive enough to think he'll share the information when he gets it. I thought you were ready for this, Adam.
I am. Today's attack was just a shell game being run by somebody else. I intend to find out who and why, so that it never happens to anybody again.
Good, 'cause so do I. That hacker in Sanders' group, you're sure he was augmented?
I pulled his cables out myself.
Yeah, well, the police are saying he's not, and they're refusing to let me see the body, no matter how much money I threaten to pull from their retirement fund.
Maybe someone else is offering more. So what do you want me to do, boss?
We have to get a look at the corpse. You still got friends in the force. You think one of them will let you into the morgue?
Depends who I run into.
Get over to the station and find a way inside. Because if that hacker was augmented, his neural hub might tell us who he was. Contact me when you've gotten a hold of it.
You got it.
That hacker's not going to be sitting still for long. Get over to the station and find a way inside. Don't forget to check in with Dr. Markovic at the 2nd Avenue Limb Clinic. I need you in top shape for this. Don't forget to check in with Dr. Markovic at the 2nd Avenue Limb Clinic. I need you in top shape for this.
I got 4,000 credits. That's all. $4,000. Well, maybe I can sell some shit, huh? Sell all of this shit. Just keep this. Sell all of this. I'm only doing stealth anyway. The elevator? No? Hey, why can't I use the elevator? Fuck you. Can't hack his computer? I thought we could use this.
Adam, were you just speaking to David? I didn't know he'd finished his call. Is everything okay?
As well as can be expected.
Right, like I know what that means anymore. The phone's been ringing off the hook ever since Bill Taggart's little press conference this evening.
Taggart. Sarah was speaking about him when I walked in. What's the founder of the Humanity Front saying about us now?
Oh, he's all sincere this time, denouncing all the violence that's been committed against us, offering to come here in person to express his deepest sympathies.
Right. No wonder the boss seems grumpy.
Can you blame him? If it were up to Luddites like Taggart, you would have died on that operating table. The problem is, he knows how to play on people's fears.
Tampering with human biology can be pretty scary.
Tell that to all the war ants whose lives have been improved because of it. But if Taggart has his way, if he can sway popular opinion enough, then the United Nations will be forced to take a stand. Mark my words. That man is trouble. You better get going, Adam. I'm sure whatever David's asked you to do must be important. And stay out of trouble, will you? We fought so hard to get you back. I wouldn't want to see the effort wasted. Take care. Take care.
Here we have a good example of show don't tell with display
Tell,
on the
don't
wall
show.
where we make this building feel much more important and bigger than what is actually playable.
And I remember the first version of it when I was playing it, the level artist had slapped up a sign, and it basically just had 3 floors to the whole building because that's really all you get to explore.
But when you're outside, it's humongous.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, guys, we got to have more in there. We got to have like more offices and more things to show this. So we ended up submitting a list to him, and some of the things we wanted didn't get in there. Like we wanted a cafeteria named the Swallow's Nest, named after one of the writers who worked with us. And then the whole part about this is all under construction, it ended up helping us to explain why you only go to a few floors, and yet also tie into the story.
Man, what am I doing here? This is nuts. Hey, Jensen. Man, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. How are you holding up?
I manage.
I'm sorry about Megan. I know it must be hard. For a while, we thought you were a goner, too. Everything's going to shit. The attack on HQ, and now this mess with the factory.
Yeah, tough times all around. How about you, Corella? You okay?
I don't know. I fucked up. I mean bad.
What happened?
Well, a couple of months ago, me and Tyndall, you know, one of Pritchard's techs, we started sneaking out some neuropozyne from one of the labs.
Jesus, Tim. You realize this could get you fired. Worse, arrested if the company chooses to prosecute. What were you thinking?
I know. It's complicated. I didn't want to do it at first, but there were good reasons. Anyway, now I want out, but Tyndall has security footage of me stealing the stuff and says he'll expose me if I ever stop helping him. I'm in a bad spot, Adam. I need that footage back. I know you're busy with everything that's going on right now, but I could really use your help.
What is it exactly you need me to do?
I need you to get back that security footage Tyndall has on me. It's probably in his apartment. On his computer, maybe.
So what? I just look him up in the phone book?
His apartment is near Brooklyn Court. It might be tough to get in because his building has a large security gate protecting it.
Well, that's just great.
Hacking the security gate is possible, but would require advanced hacking skills. You might have to look around for an alternate path. Maybe use the fire escape or something.
And I should care about this because...
Damn, Adam. Are you really going to shake me down like this? That's cold. I'm hurting here. Look, I may be able to get my hands on a weapon mod for you. Jeez, never thought I'd have to buy your help.
How about Tyndall? Can't you reason with him?
You could try, but Tyndall's a pretty driven guy. I mean, the guy's like a rock. You need a Casey aug or something to crack him.
Casey?
Social enhancer. It's an augmentation designed to read people's reactions and behavioral patterns. Higher end series even allows you to directly influence people with pheromones or something.
Pretty ballsy stealing a patented drug from a secure lab. How'd you manage to do it?
Both Tyndall and I worked the night shift every other week. I stashed the neuropozyne in a bag while he edited the security footage. Guess he kept part of it.
Neuropozyne? What could you guys want with an anti-rejection drug for augmentation patients? Reselling it? Providing a competitor?
Why do you automatically assume I was trying to turn a profit?
All right, tell me more.
Really? Wow, thanks, Adam. I thought I was done for. The security footage will probably be on his apartment computer. Meet me in front of the subway station parking lot once you get a hold of it.
I got it from here.
Did you get it yet? Adam, please. You have to get that security footage back.
Let me get back to you.
All right, let me see. need to do a few things. Did I end? Started at 10:30. Starts in 15 minutes. I'll just take a little break. Just stop it here. And exit to the main menu. And then do this. And do this. And but some music. Play some music. Let's see.
get your ass. Book 'em, Deno. To be wild. I think I'll climb aboard. Come get some.
Well, it was in my childhood days. Oh, Lord, many long years ago. Now with the Spirit, now of my Savior, I was filled, Lord, filled, oh, in that old fascinating, oh, Lord, I'm memories, they linger still, in that little, oh, that wooden church house, out on a hill. You know every Sunday morning, help me hang the family prayer. Then to that old country wagon, all would feel, oh, Lord, all would feel. Well, we got on our journey, moving over rock, God knows and real, to that little, oh, that wooden church house, out on a hill. Well, when that old-fashioned preacher Holy Ghost. Oh, would feel, oh Lord, oh, would feel where people, they would be shouting, praise my God. I hear them still in that little, that wooden church house out on a hill.
Come on.
Yeah, we should. We should get back to it.
A new charter inspired by Lewis Hamilton's recommendations commits Formula One on all 10 teams to improve diversity and inclusion.
It was 10 years ago that I sat in Williams' Formula One car, the British Grand Prix and the German Grand Prix. I can certainly feel how much the sport has changed in those 10 years. I think this idea that Formula One was in has been smashed on its head.
Just talk us through your role as managing director.
I could never have guessed 10 years ago there would be an all-female race series funded and run by Formula One. For me, it's about making sure the next generation is inspired to believe it's not a man's world, that we are creating the right opportunities.
All right. See, inactive, inactive. Go to the limb clinic first. I think I've explored everything here. Yeah, I pretty much explored everything. If I can leap down to the bottom, I'll probably die. Once I get the Icarus thing, though, I'll be able to do it.
Mr. Jensen, you're already back from the plant?
Yes, I am.
The objective screen details your current missions and objectives. In here, you can find extra information that may help you better understand what needs to be done. Missions can be activated or deactivated, depending on if you want them to appear in your radar or not. Deactivated missions can still be completed.
This is a very inclusive sport, and everybody is welcome to participate. I think what we need to be doing now is seizing the opportunity. And the Netflix dad comes up to me and says, my daughter loves Formula One, that we show that there's a path in which, that daughter...
Mrs. Reed?
Ah, Adam, I'm sorry you startled me. And please, call me Cassandra. You and Megan were together long enough. I was waiting for you.
Out here? Why not come meet me inside?
I don't know. I guess I'm just not ready. This is where you work, but to me, this is also the place where I lost my daughter.
I guess I never thought of it that way.
I'm sorry. It's not proper of me to come here and stir up bad memories, especially after what you've been through.
Yeah. A lot of things changed 6 months ago.
I can't get over how much they've changed you.
They did what they had to do to save me. And in a way, I can do more now than I ever could.
I'm glad to know you take it so well. Many of us wouldn't be able to cope so easily with such dramatic changes.
Can I ask why you wanted to see me?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I'm here about Megan. About what happened to her. Or rather, about the investigation into what happened.
What about it?
Well, simply put, I feel something is not quite right with the way the case was handled.
You think there was some foul play involved?
I do. Call it mother's intuition. But when speaking to some of the investigators, there were a lot of inconsistencies. And then I met this detective, a man called Chase. He agreed things weren't handled by the book, although he has no proof.
And now you want to find out more?
I'll never hear my daughter laugh again, Adam. I'll never get a call from her to ask how I've been, or have the chance to ask her about her day. She was stolen from me. However unjustified this all is, I still want to know why it happened. You're not the same, Adam. And we've yet to see if it's for better or worse. But I know you loved Megan. Please, will you help me find out what really happened to her?
I never got a chance to investigate the attack myself. I'll look into it.
Thank you. This means the world to me, Adam. Really.
The first thing I'll need to do is meet with this detective, Chase.
Good. He works part-time as a security guard in an apartment building on Brooklyn Court. I'll be waiting for you in your apartment lobby once you're done.
Why does a detective need to work part-time as a security guard?
Oh, he retired soon after the case. I don't really know the details. Maybe he'll tell you more.
I'm on it.
Now, if I remember right, I can get me some. How much cash you can get though for all this stuff?
So now we just spoke to Megan's Reed mother, actually, which is the first side quest that the player, actually, it's the second side quest in the game that you're exposed to after the one in Jensen's office. And basically, at the beginning, when we started to design the side quests, we were really hiding them in the world, and they were hard to find. That was one of the main problem we had.
I think it was initially what we wanted. We wanted you to have to explore and find, and through the exploration you'd come upon side quests, but we also had plans for many, many more side quests than currently exist in the game.
True. And the other problem we had as well is that our side quests were kind of very shallow. They didn't really capture anything interesting. What we always said we wanted to avoid those typical go get the milk at the convenience store kind of side
Save
quest.
the cat from
Save
the
the cat,
tree.
exactly. And the first pass we ended up pretty much with that. So.
Yeah, we for the first pass we just was a lot of it was for our early vertical slice, the early testing of our game, and we did have quite a few in there that ended up getting cut, and then we had to go back after we played through that. We realized, whoa, as you said, these are way too shallow, and we really need to take the opportunity to really make them much more interesting, both from a gameplay and a story standpoint, and the theme standpoint. And we really wanted them to reflect the themes of the game, and we also kind of came upon the knowledge that, okay, these need to be designed. Here you are, you're playing Adam Jensen, you're on a quest to save the world. Why should you be pulled off of it? They had to be relevant, they had to relate to him personally somehow, or somehow invoke more
to the
of
characters
that world.
around him. And
yeah,
And
once
but
we
because
started doing
sometimes
that-
a basement is just full of rats and somebody needs to take care of it. I mean,
yeah.
But the characters had to be interesting as well, and it was well written.
They did.
And I was really happy with how we cast them, because I thought they were all really, like, sometimes in games when you go from the main cast and you start going to lower tier characters, you can feel the quality drop off, and we didn't want to have that, and I know you and I spoke about it. So I really like that. In fact, some of the side quest characters are probably some of my more favorite characters in the game.
I agree.
Yeah, and some very, very interesting acting that came out of it.
Yeah.
One of the actors, I think, was Vasla, and he's just the security guard
That's
in
perfect.
in
That was
Megan's
awesome.
Mother's Quest, and it's his acting is absolutely amazing, and it was really nice that we were able to kind of get that extra depth. And the guys who jumped on board to write the side quest, Bruce and JF, were just amazing, and they really rose to the challenge. It was great.
Yeah. So it saved our side quests.
Yes.
Listen, I got no time to waste on you. Get it, I don't have a dime or anything else to spare. Get it, I don't have a dime or anything else to spare.
You believe it? We had the place surrounded, and we were ordered to hang back. Since when did we take orders from David Sarif? Maybe there was some hazardous material they were worried about. More like there was something illegal in there that they wanted the rent-a-cop to get rid of. We should have never let that guy in. Welcome to the Detroit Automated Information Network, including directory assistance, tourist information, and street quest. Services are temporarily offline. Thank you.
Man, this town is dead. I should have just moved to Philadelphia. They keep saying the nightlife will get better, but how many times have we heard that before?
I don't mean to judge, but I think the people who choose to augment themselves are rejecting their own humanity. They don't understand that it's our limitations that make us human.
My ride was supposed to be here 15 minutes ago. I'm gonna kill Gerald when I get home. Looks like I'm taking the subway again. Wish I had legs like yours, then I'd just run home.
If you see any sign of Purity First agitators on the streets, please report it. We don't want any more trouble. Already a hostage taking and an anti-augmentation demonstration today. With the Taggart visit coming up, this city is a powder keg waiting to blow.
Shit, if it ain't the captain himself. Mr. Seraph done fixed you up good, ain't he? Give you a new set of glasses and everything. Damn.
How you doing, Letitia?
Didn't think I'd see you walking this boulevard anytime soon, that's for sure. Not after what happened 6 months ago. People said you's down for the count.
People tend to underestimate me.
You and me both, Captain. You and me both. You, got any credits you could spare?
No hot devil.
How about you give me some information, and then we'll see.
Oh, damn, Captain. You ain't no cop no more. Why you gotta insist on using them rules?
Because it's my money this time, not the department's. You want it, you better give me something that's worth it.
Yeah, I guess. So what you wanna know?
I might need to do a little trespassing soon. Maybe get inside some places where I'd rather not be seen going in.
You being kind of vague, Captain, but maybe it's best I don't know the Pacifics.
You got that right.
What I do know, though, is that most people tend to look down, not up. And even when looking down, they don't necessarily think about what's under their feet. If a person ain't too squeamish about getting dirty, they might be able to get inside one of the more sensitive areas in the city. Especially if they arm themselves ahead of time with the right information.
How about you give me some information, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I guess.
I might need to...
You being...
You got that right.
What I do know, though... Now, I's not advising you do this. You's being an AUG and all. But if this trespassing you's needing to do happens to be inside D-Row, street gang territory, then you definitely don't want to be seen going in.
Because the ballers would sooner rip me apart than ask questions.
Exactly. You being an AUG now and all. But some of them old buildings over there are real crumbly up near the top. Fire escape's still okay though. So maybe you find a hole, get you inside if you goes up.
Keeping my fingers crossed the whole time that the building doesn't fall apart on my way down.
Oh, they stronger than you think. But it's true. You might want to invest in some of Mr. Seraph's falling down augmentation before you goes in. Cause I'm pretty sure them elevators don't work. Now, I's not advising you do this. You's being an AUG and all. But if this trespassing you's needing to do happens to be inside D-Row, street gang territory, then you definitely don't want to be seen going in.
Because the ballers would sooner rip me apart than ask questions.
Exactly.
Keeping my fingers crossed.
Oh, they stronger than you. I was just guessing here, Captain. But since you ain't a policeman no more, maybe it's a bit hard to get you inside that police station some days. Especially when things are being classified. There is a door I know about, though. Connects to the sewers. Only thing is, it's usually locked.
Hate to tell you this, Tish, but that information isn't worth the admission price you're charging.
That's cause I ain't giving you the code yet. Jeez, Captain, have some patience. $25.99. $25.99. Interesting thing about the sewers in the city, Captain. Some of them pass right under the police station. But that don't stop some people from hiding things down there.
What kind of things?
I's not sure, but a bunch of them walls been patched over pretty quick. Man like you might be able to find out why. Especially if he's fixed up with some of them magic eyes that sees through stuff. Mr. Seraph has to make eyes like that, don't you think?
You've always had a good feel for this city, Tish. What's the mood on the street these days?
Oh, things ain't looking good, Captain. People losing their jobs, their homes, locking everything they's own into those garage door storage units around town, hoping nobody breaks in and steals stuff. Mr. Seraph gonna save us? He better do it soon.
Or what?
Not sure. Just feels like this whole city's waiting to explode, especially in the alleys behind the gas station. Most of the time, you's fine walking there, long as you don't cause no trouble. But you do something wrong, well, cops and punks both trigger happy these days.
It's been a while since I walked the beat. Where would a less than exemplary citizen go these days if he needed to acquire some unlicensed firepower?
Well now, I hear there might be a gun seller or two around town. But an adventuring man, especially one fixed with some of them fancy techno limbs Mr. Seraph makes, he might be able to acquire a few more if he's willing to go the extra mile.
I think I've got all the information I need right now, Tish. Maybe next time.
I'll be right here waiting for you, Captain.
Came together, not to repeat these behaviors, to repair relationship. Most of them, to repair listening, to understand, deciding how to act for the good of all.
Well, earlier, the royal family attended the traditional Christmas service in Stanley. King Charles was accompanied by the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children, and other senior. Prince Andrew did not attend, after it was confirmed earlier this week that he would not be joining.
Have you found anything? Please, I've got to know what really happened to Megan.
I think that's about it.
You believe it? We had the place surrounded, and we were ordered to hang back. Since when did we take orders from David Seraph?
Maybe there was some hazardous material they were worried about.
More like there was something illegal they wanted the rent-a-car to get rid of. We should have never let that guy in.
Well, Jansen did okay.
I don't really have anything against it. I just think it's disgusting. I mean, grafting memories.
My ride was supposed to be here 15 minutes ago. I'm gonna kill Gerald when I get home. Looks like I'm taking the subway again.
himself. Mr. Seraph done fixed you up.
How you doing,
Didn't think...
People tend to... I think I've got all the information I need right now, Tish. Maybe next time.
I'll be right here waiting for you, Captain.
All right, so this was a subject that seemed to kind of raise a slight little bit of controversy,
Yeah.
even though we didn't see it coming for a mile. Basically, we had this character, Letitia, that she was designed or planned to design to be as a bag lady, a real hardcore hobo, because we had a lot of them. But Jensen had a relationship with her in the sense that she's been around and he's seen her around, and he often, I guess, would get information from her because it was kind of hinted at that, you know, that they had that type of rapport.
But first, if I could jump in and
Mhm.
say, Letitia was a character who was added to the game very, very, very late. We were in beta already, and it was, we mentioned earlier about the David Seraph and having to bring him back in. When that call was made for the hostages, we said, the game design team said, or the level design team said, we would love to have a helper character. Can we throw this character in at the last minute? So we had to write this character very, very quickly, and we only had a pool of like 4 actors we could choose from, and it was either she was either going to be a black girl, a white girl, a black guy, or a white guy.
Yeah.
And so when we looked at all the actors available, we didn't actually plan her to be a black female character. It was just which of our actors are available.
It was
and
more out
let's
of
write to that.
convenience, and we had a good actor pool. Like, we were comfortable with any of them, but it just happened that when booking sessions, sometimes you're going to have lines for 3 hours and you can only book a 4-hour block. So you try and look and see, well, how can we maximize our money and our time, and maybe we can give them another character and help ourselves and not have to book another session. So it kind of fell into that. And for the record, I also want to say that the actress was African American, and it was her idea to play the character that way.
Yes.
In hindsight, where we kind of dropped the ball is that I think what really disturbed people, or what really seemed like a rude awakening, was that she kind of didn't look like a bag lady. And I think, again, you stressing that it happened very late in the game, you know, everybody's kind of running and taking care of their own fires and trying to, we're doing our best to kind of keep all the balls in the air at this point, and we know that the clock is winding down, so everybody's really frantic. And then it was just like, we saw it in game, and it didn't really faze us. As we were sort of like, well, yeah, she doesn't look as hardcore as we were expecting, but whatever, you know, like at that point we were nearing the finish line and we had much bigger issues to look at. And it was only once the game shipped and we started seeing some of these comments
and
that
realized
that we looked at it with a different filter, saying, okay, we could understand why people sort of were a little put off. And I still think that had she been presented
the proper way,
as
a unique character, as a very homeless
somewhat
woman,
mentally disturbed, homeless woman, bag lady that you might find in the street, it would have worked.
I don't think it would have been perceived the way it was by certain people, and I was glad that not everybody took it that way, but we felt pretty bad when we saw how some of the people were reacting, because that was not our intention at all.
Damn, Captain.
How about you give me some information, and then we'll see.
Oh, damn.
Because it's my...
Yeah.
It's been a while since I...
Well, now.
You're almost busting the bank, Tish. This better be worth it.
Well, now. What I suggesting here ain't exactly legal. And you being an ex-cop and all, I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but everybody knows the best weapons in town are locked up inside the police station.
Yes, and that would be very helpful if I were still a cop. But I'm not. So I don't have the computer codes needed to open the armory's door.
Yes, but Tish here does. I overheard 2 rookies discussing it while I was warming myself by the trash can fire in back of the station. They was bad-mouthing that new boy, Officer Nicefield, for choosing patriotism as a password. Said it was no wonder he was being fast-tracked, whatever that means.
Fine. I'll bite. Tell me about this extra mile.
You hear about the protest at Lim today? The one ass was about to get all violent to Mr. Sarah's factory, stole all the news.
What about it?
Rumor has it, somebody wanted to make sure it got to Miss Eliza's attention. Maybe had a shooter in a high place somewhere, looking down on the Lim Plaza, aiming to turn things up a notch. Didn't happen, 'cause the factory, but you never know. They might have left something behind.
It's interesting because I was in that last year.
Shit, Captain, that all you got? I was you. I'd look for some bright lights coming out of the windows of a boarded up gas station nearby, and a bodyguard maybe hanging around.
I wish I could offer you a drink, Tish. But I know you only like Hop Devil.
Oh, that's all right, Captain. It's the thought that counts.
I think I've got all the information I need right now, Tish. Maybe next time.
I'll be right here waiting for you, Captain.
Officials in Kazakhstan. The plane went down outside the city of
And that's how you get information and not have to pay for it.
It's dramatic how the footage captures the moments just before the crash. The Azerbaijan airline played the interview.
Damn, Captain.
I wish I could offer you a drink, Tish. But I know you only like Hop Devil.
Oh, that's all right, Captain. It's the thought that counts.
I think I've got all the information I need right now, Tish. Maybe next time.
I'll be right here waiting for you, Captain.
Okay. Had a sniper somewhere. Where was the sniper at? I forget.
So the name of the gas station is something that I came up with while we're designing the textures. The name Oran is actually one of the provinces of Nigeria, which is a country that is totally being decimated by Exxon with all the oil exploitation, and they're making sure that it's a puppet government that's in place, that's the education, the population kind of got educated and stuff like that to make sure that they'll never really rebel against the exploitation that the U.S. and Exxon is doing there. But anyway, I suggest that you go research this. It's really interesting, and here is just a little snippet of information that we decided to, let's take some of what's going on there and somehow put it in the game.
So here's the weapon merchant inside of the gas station, and that the whole gas station was a very old building that we kept from all the way back from the very first Vertigo Slice. And instead of trying to redesign it as we went along in the production of the whole city hub, we actually tried to keep it because we thought it was one of the very cool things visually, and also gameplay wise there was a lot of potentials to do with it, and we always wanted to have a weapon merchant, a black market merchant inside of it. And the thing is, for us, since you work on a game, it's always very, you lose some kind of objectivity about what you think is good about your game. So for me, it was very obvious that there was someone in there. But from the playtests, almost every single playtesters did not see the weapon merchant. So.
But we were debating like, oh, should it be obvious or should it be hidden, and etc. etc. And we went back and forth a couple of times until we decided, okay, let's make it more.
At some point, we had an icon about those guys and trying to create some kind
That's
of
true.
a Metal Gear Solid-ish type of group or something like that. And at the end, we said, fuck it.
Morning to the sounds of sirens and explosions, Russia launched a huge barrage of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones too at Ukrainian cities, and they were targeting the energy infrastructure. Ukrainian energy bloggers say that their repair crews were out fixing the damage, but that people in the heart of the region in the east were left without power.
You got anything you want to buy or sell? I'm the guy you want to deal with. Everything's on the computer, right at your fingertips.
This attack is kind of a this was
The Archbishop of importance King's Home England, Eucharist, Queen Mary, joy.
Christmas is when children.
This woman
Is the church. I'm getting crazy for me. This month, could well be. No Christmas.
See you soon.
Why couldn't I sell that?
And his servant.
They can't sell ammo?
What's your pleasure, friend?
Okay.
just feel like it's happened to be with him. Me and many victims.
Isn't it criticism?
In the UK and a 39. 31-year-old man has been involved in a nightclub. They see graceful, renowned. Honey, with the throat, connection, Peter. With him, his man. Units accusing ruthless that now our BBC needs stuff. We joined report again.
Not report. Like, as you can see, a special musical Christmas in Moscow. We will reject Sure.
Okay, 6,000 is better than 4,000.
Be sure to tell all your friends. Just not the cops.
Yeah, that's better. All right.
Hey, pal. I can see you've had some work done, and I'm wondering, what do you think about this augmentation debate? Looks to me like a typical power grab. Every time somebody comes up with a new idea, somebody else will want to criticize it, regulate it, or ban it completely. But really, they want to control it.
Why did you do it? You were beautiful just the way you were.
It looks like the receptionist.
You poor man.
That's the receptionist.
All right, so this is like if you look at the building here, just a little. If you just look upward a little bit, you can see there's this big face kind of flashing on the windows, and this is actually called media architecture, and it's something that's already pretty big, and it's going to get bigger and bigger in the future. And I really wanted to make sure that we had it in the game. And sadly, this is one of the very few places that remain at the end of the production of these media things. We had a lot of them in the Upper Angsha map. That's really where we were concentrating this whole kind of new architectural philosophy, if you want, but we ended up cutting that map, so all these efforts were gone. But here's a nice one. All right, so this is like if you look at the building here, just a little. If you just look upward a little bit, you can see there's this big face kind of flashing on the windows, and this is actually called media architecture, and it's something that's already pretty big, and it's going to get bigger and bigger in the future. And I really wanted to make sure that we had it in the game. And sadly, this is one of the very few places that remain at the end of the production of these media things. We had a lot of them in the Upper Angsha map. That's really where we were concentrating this whole kind of new architectural philosophy, if you want, but we ended up cutting that map, so all these efforts were gone. But here's a nice one.
Wait a minute. There's a limb clinic. Yeah, it's a central station. I'm going for the limb clinic. Behind it? Where the fuck is the... Oh, so it's behind me? Why is it directing me there, though? Unless... Yeah. This is the limb clinic. I don't understand. We're going this way. Map is wrong. Why is the map wrong? It's bringing me back.
So with the limb clinic, one of the interesting thing that happens in Detroit, we say that the tension between people who can afford augmentations and those who can afford, the tension is rising and everything, and we really wanted to feel that early on in the game that was palpable, you know, it's something that you could feel. And we had this idea through the first vertical slice about this riot that just happened.
Yeah.
And all the work, like it seems very simple, but all the work among level design, art design, story design to make this work and make you feel that something happened there.
Yeah.
It was quite a lot of work, actually.
And there's a reason why we did this, because there was no way we could have done a real riot. You know, because that's what we wanted at the beginning. We wanted to have like all these people. You know, there was a little crowd, but
there
then
was a crowd, and we had a chant, and we recorded the chant.
The first version I did is I placed a flaming car with a lot of stuff happening.
That's
like
true.
like
Yeah.
it was like
I remember
5
that.
minutes ago. There was a protest, and now it's not. We even and there's also a some kind of a Easter egg-ish about that story about the event that took place that the player never saw. Is the sniper rifle that you find on the gas station was just a quick story with two objects, a sniper rifle in the pocket secretary, where the email on it is actually a contract about killing something, to kill one of the protesters, just to kickstart the huge riot, which actually was cancelled. That's why the player can actually find the sniper rifle.
But for the riot, you had your revenge in Detroit too, right?
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, the and also like the design of the building again shows very well the a bit of the art direction for the architecture. The idea is that it looks really much like cells, you know, like the way that the facade is done, which has to do with biology and all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty much taken from a real building that's in it's in Tokyo, and I think it's a store actually, but it's very much alike. I have to admit, yeah.
I, for one, approve of these protests. These Lim people are drug pushers. Someone is getting rich while the rest of us are suffering.
I wouldn't know about those things. All I know is that this violence doesn't serve anyone.
Well, I guess the question now becomes, will the pro-human groups retaliate when Bill Taggart gets here?
He's that Humanity Front guy, right?
He's speaking at the convention center in a few days.
That's gonna be a day from hell.
You look like you're built for trouble. Listen, just because you have money doesn't make you better than me.
Sorry, bud. The protest broke up hours ago. There's nothing to see here anymore. I'm sure the evening news will tell you everything you want to know.
Ah, Mr. Jensen. David Seraph told me you'd be dropping by. I've just been reviewing the test results we received on you last week.
Should I start rolling up my sleeves?
Surprisingly, no. I see no trace of glial tissue buildup in any of your charts.
It's been 6 months, Doc. Shouldn't I be under opposite shots by now?
One would think, but these test results show no signs of implant rejection. If anything, the bond between tissue and electrode seems to be getting stronger.
So I'm free to go?
Well, Mr. Seraph did ask me to discuss another topic with you. You are aware that several precautionary measures had to be put into place during your first surgery?
Not all of my implants were switched on, I know.
The damage caused by the hematoma had to be taken into account. Your brain needed time to recover, to get used to the mechanical neural processors and turn them on naturally over time.
Cut to the chase, Doc. What does Seraph want?
He feels that you might be ready to speed up the activation process using special software known as Praxis kits.
You mean I don't have to wait for my augmentations to kick in naturally anymore?
You can, if you prefer. But Mr. Seraph did make a generous donation to Lim in your name, thus ensuring that Praxis software linked to your particular neuroenhancements would always be available to you and you alone. Please, take a look.
Oh, I got 11,000 credits? Cool.
President-elect Donald Trump seemed to be in time. His was soft power in action.
5,000?
Back in the UK, during the year, and
I can only buy 2?
his ambitious project to tackle homelessness. And on a sunny trip to Cornwall in May, the sun visited
Dr. Teasdale to X-ray.
used to build
Dr. Teasdale to X-ray.
with the people who would others.
Might as well load up.
Green carpet without the earth.
Very well, Mr. Jensen. Use it in good health.
These are the game changers, these are the innovators.
How am I done? 655?
We get
Oh yeah, I wanted to increase my hacking, huh? I can go up to 3, huh?
The puppet racer, where are you? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna fucking need this more.
I can't have you here.
I can go up to 14 seconds now.
she's been amazing.
Alright.
Dr. Chechery, call 217. Dr. Chechery.
I'm just getting a minor neuroprosthetic upgrade. But
Getting
even
Augs
so,
is the way to
it's
go,
stressful.
man. Now, how are you going to defend yourself in today's world without Augs?
Liberate yourself.
Because when they succeed,
Afterwards, meeting with the winners.
Medical Mechanic Clinic.
Nice jacket. I bet you're hiding some real cutting-edge enhancements under it, aren't you?
Building wings. A better tomorrow.
Dr. Chepkowski to OR. Dr. Chepkowski to OR.
and
I've never been under anesthesia before. Is it true they stop your heart and the machine does your breathing?
More or less. I know it sounds a little hair-raising, but we do it every day, several times over. It's a very safe procedure.
Will I feel any pain or anything?
It gets done through your IV needle. You'll be asked to count backwards, and the next thing you know, you'll be opening your eyes and the procedure will be over.
Wow. Will I dream?
Not while you're under, but you might afterward as you wake up.
Wow. Sorry, I was just looking at that scar on your head. Did you get that before or after the surgery? This is my first visit. I'm a little nervous. This is my first visit. I'm a little nervous.
So this is the operation room that actually originally when we spoke about how Adam Jensen was getting augmented by like having some limbs severed and eventually be replaced. We had a cutscene where Jensen was on the operating table and then so it was used each time that you were getting augmented.
And we were going to do multiple versions of
it. Absolutely. And
that was back when we smoked drugs or something.
Yeah, but it was back in the day.
Back in the day.
You did. And when we changed the system for the Praxis kits and everything, it was the system that, like we said, you already had the augmentations. You just have to kind of awaken the power in some ways, and we didn't need that cutscene anymore, and therefore we had produced one version that was not used in the game. But as we built the game and we came with the recall for the chip later in the Angsha, where you can go and have your system augmentation system fixed or not, then if you do it, we reuse that cutscene that was supposed to be used for augmentations.
Yeah.
If you're here for some work, please go to the counters. If you're here for some work, please go to the counters.
The eye redesign.
You briefly stop playing and have a quick word with the BBC's Daniela Brown. What is it doing?
External hardware into a single biochip directly inserted into the retinal zone. Yeah. Into your eyeball.
So this is the operation room that actually originally when we spoke about how Adam Jensen was getting augmented by like having some limbs severed and eventually be replaced. We had a cutscene where Jensen was on the operating table, and then so it was used each time that you were getting augmented.
And we were going to do multiple versions of
it. Absolutely. And
that was back when we smoked drugs or something.
Yeah, but it was back in the day.
Back in the day.
You did.
And when we changed the system for the Praxis kits and everything, it was the system that, like we said, you already had the augmentations. You just have to kind of awaken the power in some ways, and we didn't need that cutscene anymore, and therefore we had produced one version that was not used in the game. But as we built the game and we came with the recall for the chip later in the Angsha, where you can go and have your system augmentation system fixed or not, then if you do it, we reuse that cutscene that was supposed to be used for augmentations.
Yeah.
His younger brother. Staff and patients packed the entrance hall to see him. This was a visit with a the King could not only empathise, patients was one. Over the following, increased his visibility. Two state visits. Here, hosting the Emperor and Empress in June.
So this is the operation room that actually originally when we spoke about how Adam Jensen was getting augmented by like having some limbs severed and eventually be replaced. We had a cutscene where Jensen was on the operating table, and then
The expo was a chance to learn more about Channel Islands. A couple of Jersey cows clearly unaware they were in the presence of war. In November, it was the King who attended engagements alone. It was later revealed the Queen had pneumonia. Here, the meeting the cast of Gladiator 2, including Denzel. Hunting with Berry, New Zealand's first rugby team. Although the King looked to be enjoying being back at work.
So it was used each time that you were getting augmented.
And we were going to do multiple versions of
it. Absolutely. And
that was back when we smoked drugs or something.
Yeah, but it was back in the day.
Back in the day.
You did.
And when we changed the system for the Praxis kits and everything, it was the system that, like we said, you already had the augmentations. You just have to kind of awaken the power in some ways, and we didn't need that cutscene anymore, and therefore we had produced one version that was not used in the game. But as we built the game and we came with the recall for the chip later in the Angsha, where you can go and have your system augmentation system fixed or not, then if you do it, we reuse that cutscene that was supposed to be used for augmentations.
Yeah.
Protesting is not against the law.
I know that, officer. But some of those guys...
Striking a blow for freedom, which will live in history. And in the better days that lie ahead, men will speak with...
Adam, are you finished at the clinic?
For now.
Good. Right now I want to know who that corpse is. Head over to the police station and get his neural hub. And Adam, if you can't talk your way in, consider making a strategic retreat. There's got to be another entrance on the side of the building.
The Typhoon is 2? F2?
After a rest day, church service. No chance to meet locals.
F2.
From Sydney, and traditional First Nation welcome.
F1 is cloak, F2 is in, and F3 is silent. Yeah. Oh, smart vision.
By many visits to Australia,
F3. F4. Don't have F4. How come I can't use F2 yet? You can use a gun. Anyway, so what am I doing next? Where is it?
These limb riots are being organized by the government. They want an excuse to exact martial.
This is just the first step in the plan.
These limb.
One day they will use our fears to control us all.
These limb.
One day they will use our fears to control us all.
These limb riots are.
One day they will use our fears to control us all.
These limb riots are being organized by.
I kind of understand where Humanity Front is coming from, but come on. It's a shame our city's name is being dragged down by fanatics. I remember.
Access granted.
I'm trying to remind people that the only way they can get in touch with me is by online interactive streaming. We'll stream you through and answer your questions as best we can, but don't get your panties in a bunch if you get hung up on. If we detect even the slightest suspicious fluctuation in signal, we have to shut you down. The work.
What can I use to typhoon?
And their team of expert hackers could be trying to trap it. And that's why we have to create a covert host site for every new stream and then shut it down.
Go cloak, but I can't use the typhoon.
So with the limb clinic, one of the interesting thing that happens in Detroit, we say that the tension between people who can afford augmentations and those who can afford, the tension is rising and everything. And we really wanted to feel that early on in the game that was palpable, you know, something that you could feel. And we had this idea through the first vertical slice about this riot that just happened.
Yeah.
And all the work, like it seems very simple, but all the work among level design, art design, story design to make this work and make you feel that something happened there. It was quite a lot of work. Actually.
And there's a reason why we did this, because there was no way we could have done a real riot, you know, because that's what we wanted at the beginning. We wanted to have like all these people, you know. There was a little crowd, but
there
then
was a crowd, and we had a chant, and we recorded the chant.
The first version I did is I placed a flaming car with a lot of stuff happening.
That's
like
true.
like
Yeah.
it was like
I
5
remember
minutes
that.
ago. There was a protest, and now it's not. We even and there's also a some kind of a Easter egg-ish about that story, about the event that took place that the player never saw, is the sniper rifle that you find on the gas station.
True.
It was just a quick story with with two objects, a sniper rifle in the pocket secretary, where the email on it is actually a contract about killing something, to kill one of the protesters, just to kickstart the huge riot, which actually was cancelled. That's why the player can actually find the sniper rifle.
But for the riot, you had your revenge in Detroit too, right?
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, and also like the design of the building again shows very well a bit of the art direction for the architecture. The idea is that it looks really much like cells, you know, like the way that the facade is done, which has to do with biology and all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty much taken from a real building it's in Tokyo, and I think it's a store actually, but it's very much alike, I have to admit. Yeah.
I gotta take the subway to the police station.
I'd advise you to stay away from the DRB gang if you can.
2027.
Yeah, the subway dancer.
Yeah, my favorite.
Me too.
Not me.
Actually, it looks like it's the Prodigy singer that is kind of trying to look cool on stage.
Well,
that thing is one of the things I hate the most in the entire game.
And you know what I'm going to tell you is, I remember I had one of my guys on the team, Kevin Dion, was working on it. And I came in to see how it was going, because like when I saw the animation, I wasn't all that excited, because I'm like, well, this is going to be hard to kind of sell, because I found on one, the guy's dressed kind of like futuristic, but yet he's doing these bad 80s moves.
But he's not even dressed futuristic.
Well, he's wearing like shorts.
I don't even know where that kid
The point being is that he's doing 80s moves, but he's not dressed as an 80s guy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was kind of like, well, what do we do? And when I walked in, Kevin had he had sort of gone with that 80s kind of, you know, like a boom box, like boom,
yeah.
And it just didn't work. Like I'm looking at it, and I'm like, man, this is just, it's emphasizing everything that's wrong with it. And I said, you know what it needs? And I was just, and he shares a booth with Johan, and I said, and I was talking out loud, I said, this needs some messed up track that like makes no sense, is just chaos.
I agree.
I said, so that the guy just looks like some idiot going nuts to some stupid music.
That's a very good point, because that's the thing in video games, when you want to do something that's like when you want to represent something that's extremely cultural, like culturally based, like, you know, hip hop or breakdance or anything like that, it's just so, these things are so precise, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
you're right, to have turned it into a really kind of weird, chaotic, that would have been a great solution.
Well, that's what we did to end it quickly. Is that the other engineer in the room goes, well, I have this piece of music that I did with this drummer friend of his, and he called the guy up. He played it for me, and I said, that's perfect. That's what I want.
Well, you did it with the track, but the dance is still like...
No, I couldn't change the animation.
I know.
But I needed to get a music that tried to make it look like we're trying to make this look crazy, as opposed to...
I think one of the key aspects is that for it to really work in the themes of the game, it should have been kind of this augmented kind of
I agree.
where he's dancing and using his augmentations in a very uncanny way.
Agree completely.
That was the
awesome.
power of our game, and we didn't use it, you know. And as far as just real hip hop culture, like there's one game that did it really well with the breakdancing in the Metro. It's the Darkness, the first Darkness in the Metro. But to do this, like you really need to know what you're quote unquote talking about.
Yeah. But the last thing I'll say is that's the fun thing, and sometimes not so fun thing about being in audio, is that it arrives at your desk and it's finished, and you're looking at it going, what am I going to do with this? Because if I just do the bare minimum of making it functional, it's going to fall flat because it's already half failing.
Right.
So and at that point, us, we're all partying.
Everybody's moved on to other things, which I understand, but it usually falls to us to try and find a way to spin it and make it at least feel a bit better. And for me, I was happy with where we ended up with it, considering the state it kind of came to me at. I figured, you know, we did a pretty good compromise.
Does Hugh Darrow really believe his Pangaea project is going to reverse all the damage we've done to the planet? He may be a genius, but this time he's wrong. 2027 and we're still arguing about the damn environment. When I was a kid, it was the big news. Global warming, rising oceans. It was already too late back then. Does you, Darryl, really believe his Pangaea project is going to reverse all the damage we've done to the planet? He may be a genius, but this time he's wrong.
Do you like baseball? That Lucerne
Useless
Park
talent
is a
number
monster.
42.
The agile therapy
What's all the
to put him
fuss
on
about
safe
this augmentation technology?
You ever get the feeling you're being watched?
What a waste. That's a pretty lame come on, hun. Especially since I just know this humidity is ruining my hair. Whatever. Whatever.
I really should have stayed in bed this morning. Missed the bus home and the subway shut down.
You meet all types in this city. Aug, purist, I say live and let live. Aug, purist, I say live and let live.
Damn it. My Wi-Fi's out, and I need to check the sports scores right away. I wish I could afford one of those cranial jobs. I can't even cover this month's rent, unless Baltimore covers the spread.
Jensen,
That would
right?
be a major
Heard
fallout.
about you. Yeah, you were a good cop by most accounts. But you're lucky you got out. Look at the force now. Our badges mean nothing. We've got no authority.
I bet you weren't at the limb demonstration today, were you? A bunch of Humanity Front members protested people's right to enhance their minds and bodies. Then the news broke about the hostage situation at Sarif Industries, and the whole thing kind of got sidetracked. Then the news broke about the hostage
I don't mean to
situation
judge,
at Sarif
but I
Industries,
think that
and
people
the
who
whole
choose
thing
to
kinda
augment
got
themselves are rejecting their own humanity. They don't understand that it's our limitations that make us human.
Look at the force now. Our badges mean nothing.
How many natches are gonna end up out of work just because they can't afford to buy a brain chip?
Oh, man, what's up, dude? You lost or something? Oh, man, Eliza is so hot. If you waiting for the tram, you shit out of luck. It don't stop at this station once the sun goes down.
You're crazy.
If you waiting for the tram, you shit out of luck.
Nice
It don't
jacket.
stop at this station
Is
once
that
the
a
sun
high
goes
man?
down.
I wish my boyfriend had some of your class. I wish my boyfriend had some of your class. You're crazy. Niashia Akeem is way prettier.
So here's a billboard with Eliza on it, and that's pretty cool because one thing that we really wanted to do with Eliza, she was a bit of our poster child in the game for the cyber renaissance fashion. Like, they really push one because she's a personality. She's probably rich. She's on TV all the time, and these are the people usually that are kind of like at the forefront of fashion and whatnot, and all those trends. Things is that we could only afford one model for Eliza in the game, not because of memory, but because of, like, you know, time constraints and whatnot. So we had this idea that if we only have one model, then what we could do, because she's a personality, there's got to be ads and posters and marketing and stuff like that of her in the world. So why don't we portray some of her other costumes or clothes or whatnot through these things, instead of making, you know, other models. And that ended up working really well. And we also had to make sure that these things were positioned in almost like a choke point, so that the players,
attracts her attention.
It attracts her attention, and players would see them and whatnot. So I think it was really clever that we came up with that idea. It was it made us save a lot of time and money, but it ended up giving the exact same result.
It worked. She attracted attention.
Awesome.
So we're here in Detroit. We're in front of the police station, and actually, that's one of the part of the game that was the first vertical slice we did for the game, which was trying to have a fairly good representation of the final game early on, and that was the city hub that we thought it would be more challenging than the compounds and stuff like that, and that's why we focused on it, and therefore it was one of the first really playable map.
And at the same time, the police station ended up becoming very important later on in one of our other demos, right?
The Gamescom demo.
Yeah, definitely Gamescom demo. And the funny thing is about the police station, both inside and the outside of the police station itself, is since the very first vertical slice, we had so many level designers who actually worked on it. So there was multiple interactions. Like I think
several artists,
several artists as well. Yeah. So at the end, we ended up with like almost a hybrid of so many ideas. And the Gamescom demo, when David Danfossy, our producer, actually came to me and said, yeah, we want to show the police station as the Gamescom demo, like almost a month before the actual Gamescom. At first I cried, and then after that I decided to, okay, let's crank it up. And since the design itself, the scripting, mission scripting was fairly good for that. So there was just a minimum amount of work, but still it was very late again.
That's also the first time that Warren Spector ever saw and played the game. Was the police station map at the Gamescom.
Yeah, it was very amazing experience.
Yeah.
Either be a ceasefire, pay the hostages be released, and aid be given to people worn out by hunger and by war.
In the Middle East, Hamas and Israel have blamed each other for delays in the latest assault. Proposing new conditions.
All the media speculation surrounding that hostage situation in Detroit has just blown.
What's up?
Thanks to the arrival
Did you
of
see it on the news? Liza
the
mentioned
author and founder of the anti-augmentation organization, Humanity Front. Speaking from the tarmac at Wayne County Airport, Taggart...
Considering all the controversy, I think the UN should regulate augmentation.
I'd very much like
pal,
to meet with David
I
Serra
can see
in
you've had
person,
some work
offer my
done,
deepest sympathies
and I'm wondering,
assure him that
what do you
these
think
attacks
about
are
this
in no way
augmentation
linked to Humanity Front.
debate?
My people
Looks to me
have
like a
worked
typical
tirelessly
power
to find a
grab.
peaceful solution to this dispute, and I unequivocally deplore the methods used by these hostage takers. Now, that being said, I do hope the UN takes a concentrated look at what happened here tonight.
Mr. Taggart went on to express a sincere desire to stand in front of the General Assembly with David Serra, united in their cause to find a common ground. Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help but wonder if millionaire Hugh Darrow, the man whose innovations first propelled augmentation technology to the forefront, will also be present. So far, Mr. Darrow has refused our repeated requests for an interview. This is
Yeah, we're in front of Wayne Haas, the lobby guy in the police station, and actually that was the first dialogue system that we nailed for the game. It was really capturing what we had in mind. We tried to go for a psychological gameplay,
and still the best one in my opinion.
Yeah, in terms of the realization and everything, and but it was really with this one that we really tried to make you believe that you're talking to a real person, and that you could really have an influence on what's going on and everything. And like you said, John, it was from an animation standpoint, this one is brilliant. You really see his expressions and how
that one is all
portrayed.
keyframe.
It's all keyframe, and it's the one that works. It works the best.
You just want to slap him. That's how good he is. You just want to like wake up. You like with
And actually, in the original, also the design of the conversation, you can see behind him there are some pills that are into a trash can or on the shelf. I can't remember, but. Originally you were supposed into the game mechanic to be able to look around, and if you had the right augmentation, you would spot the blackmail item that you could use in the conversation.
Yeah, the original design for the special augment was much simpler than what we ended up with in the game, and it was just really like you could scan the environment and find a blackmail item, and you could then bring that up if you had the social log. And so we had written that one specifically to encapsulate that. that particular
Mechanic.
weakness in Wayne's background.
What
And-
were they, like anxiety pills or something?
Yeah, they were antidepressants because he's got such a sad life.
Well, we got to say that the actor, that was the first one, like you said, for the dialogue challenge, and obviously we had the pressure to find the right guy who was going to be able to help bring this to life. And again, like, God bless the stars that were shining on us, because this guy walked in and we fell in love. I forget his name, and we fell in love with him right away. And just over time, like, the guy, he brought Wayne really to life. That with the animations that were done, like you said. Again, another example of a really good fit of the visuals with the voice, the acting.
Yeah,
where
that's really true.
It all came together.
Totally fits, yeah.
And it worked out really well. And like, I mean, I think through the whole 3 years or 4 years of Dev, we were always saying, referring to him as poor Wayne.
And
Poor,
what's
poor
really
Wayne.
funny about it, the acting was so good, is because Wayne was never supposed to be a very important character. I think in our blueprint we just said you have a discussion with the desk sergeant, and it was really no major character that we were having at all.
so
And yet
good.
it was so good, and the animations worked so well, and the voice acting did that he became such a memorable character that we had to bring him back later in the game.
Yeah, and it's the first one that we presented to the press and to the people, so
We knew his lines by
we
heart.
saw it so many times that we were,
It was like a joke at the office.
Yeah,
We'd say his lines
All the time.
continuously.
And the one thing that I'm sure people do notice is that, of course, the recording and all that went on during like a 3-year process. So when Elias Tufexis, who plays Adam Jensen, came in, I mean, there's a certain evolution over time that takes place organically of trying to find the character.
When an actor gets into his role
Yeah.
over time,
Once he
changes
found the
it.
voice, we never had to like bring him back and say, "Oh, listen to this," and we think you're a bit different. But you can tell that he hadn't quite perfectly found it yet. And in fact, there was one line that bugged me for like 3 years, and we did a retake at the end where he really stepped out of his character, because we were still trying to define the box of, okay, well, when you get really angry, this is how angry you get. And we were trying to define that and saying, well, think of Jensen more as a Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood never really yells, but you can tell when he's really pissed just through the sort of grimace in the voice, And he really took that to heart. And I remember he came back, he goes, I watched Unforgiven for like 3 days, and he's like, I know exactly how I want to play it, because it's a very difficult scene for him, because he's got to be mad and sort of toy with them, and they have a history, but yet Jensen has to be, you're the hero, so you got to be calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah.
So it was quite challenging for him early on when he was still
He
trying
wanted
to
to
find the
redo it.
character.
Yeah, and he did actually. This was one of the first things he ever did, and 4 years later, as we're finishing recording, we had to do a retake for the sociologue, and he heard himself and said, "Oh my God, that's horrible! I'll do it all over for free, I swear." But unfortunately, we couldn't. Too much was on it. So.
So now Elias Tufexis will work for free.
Restricted area beyond this point, sir.
Oh yeah, the infamous
restricted areas.
Restricted areas. How do we warn the player? We went to so many iterations about how do we fix this, how do we support the actual difference between the public area inside the lobby and the rest of the police station, if you did not convince Wayne that the rest of the police station is completely hostile to the player, even though you're the good guy and those guys are also good guys. We went.
It's because in the first playtest, like, we didn't have any of the tricks that we used in the final game, and we just realized that players were just breezing through the restricted area without noticing it, and after that wondering why they were attacked by the police officers.
Yeah, exactly. So we wanted to, I suggested to have alternate paths inside the lobby to infiltrate the police station, more have a feeling of infiltration, but JF was against it. So then I decided to place a cop closer to the door, but because our system works that NPC automatically open the doors, the door was always open. So, oh man, come on. So we changed that specific door. We added more signs, and thank God for the playtest and the playtesters who gave us really great feedbacks. And just by watching them playing, we did many iterations, and then we
eventually we even with the signs and everything, it was still not clear enough, because some players are just like looking super fast everywhere, and they just go through the door, and you had to reuse the dialogue system.
Yeah, I did a tweak by reusing the conversation system itself and trying to just do a very quick thing by reusing one of the barks of the character, but using it inside a conversation. That's what the character actually does, the hand signal and say, hey, you know, blah blah blah, you're not supposed to be here. So, and it works so well that we actually reuse that forced conversation system and place it somewhere else multiple times throughout the game. So that's pretty cool.
Jensen, what the hell are you doing here? Station's supposed to be off limits to all non-essentials. You don't even fucking work here anymore. That's right, off limits. I heard orders came down from pretty high up. If I had to guess, it has to do with that body in the morgue.
I don't know.
That's right, off limits.
Demonstration.
I heard orders came down from pretty high up. If I had to guess, it has to do with that body in the morgue.
Yeah, hang on just a sec. Shit. Jensen?
Haas, surprised to see you here.
Yeah, well, I guess you're better at looking out for yourself than I am.
I don't have time for your self-pity. I need to get into the morgue.
That's it? No, forget it. I don't know what's going on with that body down there, but my orders come from the brass. No one gets in. First thing you say to me after almost 2 years is you want something?
Should I have given you an order? You've always been very good at following those.
God damn. Where do you get off being so self-righteous? You think I like this? Look at me. From SWAT team commander to a crummy desk sergeant in the 2-bit precinct. I don't need this from you. I get enough of it at home. So either come up with something better than your usual attitude, or you can just forget it, because you came to me.
Okay, look, you're angry, and you've got a right to be. I'm putting you in a bad position, but I have to get inside that morgue. I won't let it get back to you.
I'm always in a bad position. I don't believe this. I just got my life back together and you show up. When's it gonna end? You know the moment I open that door, it's all over, right? I'll be lucky if all that happens is I get fired. Is it really that important?
You're right, it's not my risk to take. So I'm not going to force you to do anything, and I won't hold it against you. And what happened 2 years ago, I know it's killing you. We should talk about it sometime.
I don't think I can. It all comes back to the kid, doesn't it? We were given a direct order, Jensen. So I took the shot. I followed orders. He was augmented, an unknown factor. He was too much of a risk.
We all make mistakes, Wayne. Nobody blames you for it. You have to believe that and forgive yourself, or you'll never put it behind you.
I know. It's just so hard. There's something I've been waiting 2 years to tell you. I blame you, Jensen, for everything that happened. Because when the chips were down, you got the order to fire, you refused, I got stuck having to do it, and you just walked out of my life. That's when everything went to shit, when you abandoned me.
Help 600 people, volunteer team, day and night. The first again headed straight to the hearts of a peaceful peace. Clean and comfortable. Not
It's in the past now, Wayne. We can put it behind us.
Really? God, that's good to know. It's like, wow, I can't believe the relief. Tell you what, Go on in. The guys won't bother you. And Adam, thanks.
I'll be seeing you.
Are you supposed to be here, sir? I thought the station had been locked down.
Jensen, right? I've heard about you. Yeah, you were a good cop by most accounts. But you're lucky you got out.
It's open in a few weeks. If it's full, if they get lost, they keep them all for big. What today might be is also push. When you're known as epic.
Chris McCann, once chosen, largely his husband, many almost the same day. Robert
Not celebrate. It's actual. But it's been really fun.
You have a young daughter. What does it mean for perhaps you don't do and such where are Jews, an organization nations. It's an increasingly
United in their cause to find a common ground. Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help but wonder.
And in other forms of racial, it's been a really hard year. We're gonna have something to celebrate. But our minds off. More difficult.
one Jewish faith claims commemorated this unique union.
Hey, how are you? Don't get me started on that liberal crap.
Chris McCann will be 16. Counting Rockland, he
Access granted.
give me a call in a couple of days, okay?
What's up? No traffic. Most of the streets are blocked out. I don't know. I heard there was a demonstration at the limb plant. I'll be seeing you. Leave me alone!
Give up, Jensen!
So what is interesting about the laser beam in the basement of the police station is that very few players realize that you can if you take down the police officer or anyone in them and drag them through the laser beam, then you disable the laser beams and you can pass without being detected.
Yeah, that's one of the systemic mechanics that we have in the game, where we didn't went through too much information through our tutorials videos, but because we wanted also to have the player experiment and have some fun with it. But yeah, that definitely using NPCs to temporarily disable the laser was one of the things.
Yeah, and so if you're playing the game for the first time, then now we just spoil it for you, and if you already played it and you didn't know, then now you know. So what is interesting about the laser beam in the basement of the police station is that very few players realize that you can if you take down the police officer or anyone in them and drag them through the laser beam, then you disable the laser beams and you can pass without being detected.
Yeah, that's one of the systemic mechanics that we have in the game, where we didn't went through too much information through our tutorials videos, but because we wanted also to have the player experiment and have some fun with it. But yeah, that definitely using NPCs to temporarily disable the laser was one of the things.
Yeah, and so if you're playing the game for the first time, then now we just spoil it for you, and if you already played it and you didn't know, then now you know.
Campbell's doing an autopsy on that John Doe.
Hello?
What's this?
Nothing. What a night.
Hello? Anyone there?
Are you supposed to be here, sir? I thought the station had been...
new book, the heart of our national and international journalism. And these are some of our biggest stories from the last 12 months. One event in particular grabbed the world's attention. The US president revisit the most remarkable years in recent years. Much of it Donald Trump, not least his criminal trial. From actress. Many Democrats hoping they would be able to his vice president. In the early days, invested a Kamala Harris. We'll reflect on how elections later on. Next, the biggest election, 900. Narendra Modi's people, nations, much lower. Growing up. Waters of Carlisle Hill, and hope this might be her moment. Resulting mess, country death, with pain. UK, even the weather seemed to foretell them. Dramatic. The Conservative Party appeared squeezed from all hope. From UK. Living standards, health and all key issues dominate. Years of opposition. Which showed Labour sensible. Labour was clear about what was it people wanted, which the change was fair. Had been firing lots of shell. Israel.
Campbell's doing an autopsy on that John Doe they brought in earlier. Morgue's off limits until he's through.
Again? The purpose trespassing. Who cares if Sarah's rent-a-cop killed him?
Murder's not the issue. The way I hear it, our JD's a cop.
No way.
According to the first responders.
Shit. How much you want to bet that story's about to change?
Hello?
Israel's thousands from
No one here.
weeks later, November the 26th, you sides agree.
Sorry, baby. Can't do it through the bars.
Hey, baby. You spring me out of here, and I'll take real good care of you.
Military. They were to prove themselves and friends intercept. There's more to come. Bring you a break-in. In attack.
Hey man, you
You can't just barge in here.
Can I help you, buddy? Go talk to the front desk if you need help.
More than 250 taken hostage. Israel's full-scale invasion. There's widespread destruction and suffering. Including polio. Nuts. New screen. Day injury. 8.5 million computers. People were stranded. VPs couldn't treat patients.
Everyone down!
We're deeply sorry.
The fatal stabbing of 3 young girls at a dance class was shocking. And then misinformation circulated on social media that the suspect was an illegal migrant. Followed
Campbell's doing an autopsy on that John Doe they brought in earlier. Morgue's off limits until he's through.
Again? Brooke was trespassing. Who cares if Sarah's rent a cop and kill him?
Murder's not the issue. The way I hear it, our JD is a cop.
No way.
According to the first responders.
Shit. How much you want to bet that story's about to change?
This year also saw an accident. Europa, which has an unusual. You can see quite wicked. Watching it. Is that real? Chinese Chinese. Return. And on the ground there is a spectacular. The Northern Lights. One of the great wonders of
the Ukraine's life. New adult. Hundreds in. 1 month later, there was a new development.
This was Russian jets flying on Russian territory. They were targeting Ukrainian troops across the border. sort. Then on Tuesday, suddenly, there was war. Whole communities consumed. Over 200 people. America's deadliest weapon. War across the more than half the deaths were in North Carolina. India had one of the longest severe and better. Temperatures in the north as high as 50 degrees. Pain and a rising tide. Accusations that they're fast enough to clean.
Wait a minute, how do you get out of here? You can only go out the back door?
Don't hurt me! Please! What the hell was that? Oh God! Go away! Leave me alone! Please! No!
Stop it.
What the hell was that?
With more than a decade, over 900 postmasters. He lived.
So that don't work.
He went to prison and were financially.
Oh.
Truth. Carried into the
That's all I had to do?
Full stop.
You kidding me?
I'm disappointed very much.
Should I or shouldn't I? Got some.
You're gonna find a problem. Devastate. Brilliant.
Yeah, why not?
Couldn't let that happen, could you, Mister?
About time. You the home sec guy I was ordered to wait for? Tell Manderley I didn't get the memo until I was halfway through the autopsy. By then, it was too late to close him up again.
Right. So you recovered the neural hub?
Tricky bit of work that was. A few inches lower and the bullet would have fried more than just the pedal connectors. As it is, I can't guarantee you'll get anything useful out of it, other than the fact that it's been modified.
Modified? With what?
Some kind of wet drive. But hey, I didn't look. Ultraviolet means ultraviolet, and I know how touchy you guys get when it comes to matters of national security. He's all yours. The hub's been detached, but I left it in the skull as ordered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got paperwork to fix.
Boss, I got the neural hub. Looks like it's been modified with some kind of wet drive. Pritchard should have a look at it.
No, don't bring it here. Frank's not finished running his diagnostic, and I don't want to risk connecting any tech to our networks till he's done.
Especially if the tech is military. So what do you want me to do?
Take the hub to your apartment. I'll have Frank contact you there.
This cognition disorder.
And of course, the world went. That night, Mallory's hearing. Right. Yeah. Is with me and Gary. Is right.
You homesec guys really like to throw your weight around. This is the second time you've tampered with my lab, damn it. Hey, tell Manderley if he wants to alter my paperwork again, at least get someone who can spell to do it.
Bit by bit during the evening, people started to come into
Access granted.
in that year.
Thanks a lot, dude.
You homesec guys really like to throw your weight around. This is the second time you've tampered with my lab, damn it.
Man, I didn't have to go through all that.
Hear about that shipment we just got in? From Connaught Technologies?
Connaught. Oh man, you're kidding me. They're fine. really gonna arm us with the peps?
That's right, my friend. The pulse energy projections.
A couple of witnesses told me this.
Speaking from the tarmac at Wayne County Airport, Taggart called the attacks.
Okay, wow.
Very much like to meet with the sheriff in person.
Hey, give me a call in a couple of days, okay?
Assure him that these attacks are in no way linked to Humanity Front. My
Jensen, I have a message for you from one of your former colleagues, a Detective Alexander.
Jenny, what did she want?
She said she could use some help if you can make your way over to Grand River Road. And might I just add, as wonderful as it is to have you back at the office, I am not your personal dating service.
Do I have Plexus available?
By London Policing.
21 seconds. How come it's not fucking registering my... Ah, because I had it inactive. You asshole. That's what you gotta do. That's high. Okay. Hey Jensen, where do you live? Live over here. Okay. All right. Look through there.
Fucking Motor City bangers. Who they think they are? The sewers was our turf, the whole sewers. Except near the cop shop, Blues made sure nobody hung around there. There was an entrance led directly to the precinct basement. Don't make much sense to me, but it was pretty secured. Maybe they were smuggling shit in there. Crooked bastards.
Hey, you look like the kind of guy who'd know how to lay his hands on some explosives. You know, hush hush. I heard the mob is stashing stuff down in the sewers. It's like that story, the cask of armadillo, or whatever. You know, they seal it up in the walls, man. You ever hear of that shit?
do I get to my house? I can go around the other way? I guess I do. Old folks brown ale. No, that's not it. She likes what was it? Damn, I can't remember the name of that stupid beer now. This gives me health.
I've been out on the streets a long time. Seen a lot of bad shit out here. Something nasty is going down, man. The duck has got his head in the nose. Something nasty is going down, man.
That serve actually thinks augmentation is going to help mankind. There are people in this city can't afford to eat.
Man down on his luck.
So this is a corner of the street where there are several prostitutes, and I can't remember what were their name, working girls.
Working girls, yes.
And one of them is called Charlotte, and actually it's a
the only prostitute in the game with
that
a
has
name.
a name, exactly, and it refers to Charlotte the Harlot on the first Iron Maiden album. And actually, even though I'm the biggest Iron Maiden fan in the team, it was not coming from me. Actually, it's one of the programmers that came to me with that idea. And we were late in the development. Everybody were tired. Everybody were over their heads. And I was like, gosh, it's so exciting, and it would be nice. And I said, okay, I'll take my courage, and I'll go see Frank McCann with that. And I asked, can we change the name of a character like that and for Charlotte? And Frank looks at me super seriously like, why? Yeah, but you know, it's
but he always looks super serious.
Yeah. Frank looks serious.
Very funny guy. I don't know why you're saying that.
And he looks at me very seriously like, why the hell do you want me to do that kind of attitude? And I said, yeah, it's a kind of a homage to Iron Maiden. And since Frank used to like Iron Maiden quite a bit, or still, he was very sensitive to my case, and he took 5 minutes to do it.
And I promise that there'll be no reference to Iron Maiden in our next game.
How about a little sugar, baby? I'll give you a Motown special.
Come on, don't be shy. I bet you're a real tiger under that coat. Come on, don't be shy.
Hey,
I bet you're a real
Jensen.
tiger under
Long
that
time
coat.
no see.
Jensen. My God, it's been a while. Remember me? We used to work the old 17th precinct back in the day. Man, I wish I could go with the good old you haven't changed at all bit, but that'd be complete and utter bullshit, right?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. I like your new style. A bit revealing for my taste, but not entirely unappealing.
Oh, yeah? Well, don't get your hopes up, big boy. I'm undercover, keeping tabs on derelict row ballers. I've got a hunch something big's coming.
Why do I get the sudden feeling you're about to include me into that something big?
Because you're clever. That and the fact that, well, it's pretty obvious. But jokes aside, you couldn't have come at a better time, Jensen. This case I'm on, we're stalling and we could use a little external help.
Go ahead.
I'm with IA now, and we're working a sting on a dirty cop named Jack O'Malley. Elusive motherfucker. I mean, Men in Black elusive. We know he's involved in drugs, weapon dealing, tied into the gangs. But he's clever, and we just can't seem to pin anything on him. I swear he's got friends in high places.
Okay, and where do I fit in all this?
You're an outsider. You can go places we legally can't. I need someone to do a couple of things. Break into his apartment, sneak into DRB territory, and finally, go undercover posing as a hitman. This guy is nothing minor, Jensen. He's the real deal. Major player, major consequences. We have to get him before shit hits the fan. You in?
I haven't walked the beat in a while. Could you give me a quick sit rep of the local gangs?
You know, gangs are not the finest example of evolution, if you catch my drift. Everything's pretty much the same. The derelict row ballers are still dealing and stealing, getting into fights with OGs, and defacing augmented people's property.
Yeah, right. Upstanding citizens.
And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the Motor City Bangers. Ignorant scumbags just like the DRBs, only some of them are augmented scumbags.
How about the target, O'Malley? Got any more info?
He's a cop, but he went on assignment with the feds for a while. No reports, no address, nothing. We're pretty sure he got tied up in major covert ops, but never got anything solid on him. He has a badge, but he doesn't feel like a cop at all.
Can't let a guy like that roam free. I'm in.
All right then, let's get to work. Like I said, I've got a couple of very promising leads, but O'Malley's got friends among the powers that be. I wouldn't be able to get my hands on a warrant, even if I had footage of the perp confessing in real time as he's finger painting his motive on the wall in the victim's blood. So I guess we're gonna have to break a few rules.
Okay. But we have to be careful how we handle this. It could discredit your investigation.
True, but thing is, Jensen, it's either this or there simply won't be an investigation. You know me, I usually play by the book. Only this time, the bad guy's a friend of the publisher.
Okay. What's this about getting into DRB territory?
Yeah, I needed to get in there and track down a shipment of weapons for me. We managed to gain access to solid information that will tie it to O'Malley, but I need proof it's really there. They've probably stashed it around somewhere.
A cop dealing weapons to a criminal anti-AUG gang? Not a pretty picture.
Got that right. I guess we both agree. Nothing good can come out of this, huh? I don't know where exactly the DRB's cache is, but I know there's a bonus for you if you manage to sneak in and out without being spotted. Would make shit easier to handle on my side.
So what am I looking for in O'Malley's apartment?
Information, drugs, weapons. Basically anything you think can be used to build a stronger case against him. The more you get, the better.
What about the undercover assignment? Posing as a hitman.
O'Malley's crafty, and even a bit paranoid. He's always using proxies, scapegoats, and red herrings to get us off his ass. But after months of schmoozing, we finally got through to one of his guys. Turned him into a mole. He provides us with information, stuff like that.
And he's gonna be my way in?
Exactly. Yesterday, another one of O'Malley's guys whacked someone, a drug dealer. There's a witness, but we don't have any details. O'Malley does, and he wants someone to take care of the mess. The usual guy just got busted for possession, so the contact will send you in to pose as his replacement. O'Malley will be waiting for you in an alley next to the police station.
And you want me to milk him to get the info on the witness?
You haven't lost your touch, Jensen. We think O'Malley will ask you to retrieve the murder weapon, use it to kill the witness, and then plant it on a scapegoat he can arrest later. What you need to do is get that weapon and bring it to me.
And what about the witness?
We're almost positive he's a member of the MCBs. Once you know the location, you'll need to get there, take care of any opposition, and prep him for retrieval.
Prep him?
Well, you know, he's a gangbanger, Jensen. He's not going to turn in peacefully, but we need him alive. So I guess you're going to have to play this one macho and knock him out. One of our guys will then just happen to stumble upon him. You know, serendipity.
Okay, let's do this. You can contact me on my info link if anything comes up.
Excellent. Oh, and Jensen, one last thing. To protect my cover, it'd be better if you only contact me again once you've taken care of everything.
You promise not to be too rough, and maybe I'll give you a freebie, sugar.
Or you get another try.
Better make sure your batteries are fully charged, though, because I can go all night. Better make sure your batteries are fully charged, though.
How
'cause
about a
I
little
can go
sugar,
all
baby?
night.
I'll give you a Motown special. Come on, handsome. I'll take your mind off your troubles. How about a little sugar, baby? I'll give you a Motown special.
Come on, Jensen, make this quick. We shouldn't be seen together before you're done with everything.
I'm gonna need more details on O'Malley's place.
Sure. He lives near Brooklyn Court. You know the alley behind the old gas station? His building is the one with a huge security gate. According to our contact, his apartment is on the second floor. Anything incriminating you can find in there would be useful.
Any specifics on the weapons shipment in Derelict Row?
You just gotta make your way in. The entrance is right there in the alley across the street. I don't know exactly where the weapon stash is, though.
Where exactly can I find O'Malley?
Our mole gave him his usual meeting location. An alley right next to the police station. Bastard's got the balls to make his deals right under our noses.
I haven't walked the beat in a while.
You know, gangs.
Yeah, right.
And then on the up.
If this O'Malley guy is such a big mastermind, won't he do a background check on me or have me followed?
Of course. But lucky for us, the guy in charge of this spy games business is our mole. Don't worry, Jensen. You're covered.
How about the target, O'Malley? Got any more info?
He's a cop, but he went on assignment with the feds for a while.
I assume the department has means to reward a super augmented spy's talents.
We were able to get our hands on credits and hardware for this case. So do a good job, and all of it could end up lost in the field.
That's all for now.
Come on, Jensen, make this quick. We shouldn't be seen together before you're done with everything.
That's all for now.
never let T-Boss beat booking me. Nah. I don't do no tricks with no Ogs, yo.
Hey, sweetie, damn you cute.
I never let T-Boss beat.
You want to have some fun tonight, sexy? Because I haven't had a cutie like you in a long time.
Hey, I never let T-Boss beat booking me with no cards. I find it nasty.
Well, now we're with Patrick Garon, which was our technical level designer on the project, and for this moment what we want to talk about is the fact that we wanted to have some events in the game where they were not necessarily side quests per se, but they were events in which your morality could be affected if someone is attacked or something like that, and you could intervene and with consequences, but it didn't happen, right?
Yeah, to do scripted event in Deus Ex, it was hard. Like, we had lots of good ideas, and we had two major limitations. It's like the first one I can think of is the engine, but also production-wise. And the engine was allowing us to put animation, but to be able to synchronize like NPC together, to manage the interruption and all that was not something that was simple to do with our engine. So lots of the ideas were cut because of that. And when we were able to do them, it became like a problem of production, because to create a very simple situation, with the Deus Ex game, you don't have a choice but to ask you what happened if the player do that, or the player can do so many different
the chaos and all that, you know. And,
he has augmentation that he can go and sneak, can be like invisible, so we will not interrupt. Someone will disappear. What do we do? What does he say? He start to talk to a guy before the event, after the event.
It's very complex.
So it becomes a very something simple become very complex. So we always ask ourselves, what if? And for our game, when we want to create quality, so we will ask, will the player will be happy with the result, and we spend most of that time doing the side quests instead, because there will be a good story that will be developed, and those encounters we decided to cut them or to change the scope and to something very simple.
They all go. No luck.
You look like a guy that gets around. Little advice, stay out of the sewers. A lot of shit going down in there lately. Bangers and ballers have been fighting for territory even under the city. And I've seen some other guys almost sound like a cult. They really hate you, Augs.
I'm on to you. I know you're spying on us, studying us. We're not lab rats. We're human beings, man. Human beings.
I ain't no guinea pig. Ain't no way I was getting off just to keep my job. I ain't no guinea pig.
Access granted.
A stun gun.
What's your pleasure, friend?
Again, this is a account. Mary, the mother of Jesus, revealed the future and the hope for people. Message for the angels that there should be peace. In fact, Moses brings truth.
Be sure to tell all your friends. Just not the cops.
All those who love the most joyful, peaceful.
How may I be of service? See you soon.
You meet all types in this city. Og, purist, I say live and let live.
You watched the hockey game last night? Wings against the Habs? What a massacre. If our guys play like that for the rest of the season, we can kiss the playoffs goodbye.
Before 1980, lawyer.
Ay, ay, ay.
People see conspiracies everywhere. They're saying that Lim's personal catalogs mean some people get preferential treatment. Please. Lim are the good guys. They believe in equality, unlike everybody else.
If you ask me, these riots are David Seraf's fault. How can you say that? He has this air of arrogance about him, this sense of superiority. People don't like arrogance. David Seraf has almost single-handedly kept the city afloat for the past 15 years. A lot of people have jobs because of him. Doesn't mean he has the right to look down on us. In fact, most people who support augmentation technology have that sense of entitlement about them. Like, because they have money and can enhance themselves, they can do whatever they want. Put it in perspective, Sharon. If the people you're talking about have jobs, chances are they have David Seraf to thank. You work for Seraf Industries, don't you? I think it's terrible, all these attacks against your offices. Please tell your colleagues that not everyone in this city thinks they shouldn't be here. Please tell your colleagues that not everyone in this city thinks
My
they
ride
shouldn't
was
be
supposed
here.
to be here 15 minutes ago. I'm gonna kill Gerald when I get home. Looks like I'm taking the subway again. Wish I had legs like yours, then I'd just run home.
Perhaps they feared what might happen once the hostage
Before you
situation at
ask,
Seraf Industries
no.
resolved.
Your mirror has not been
Regardless,
replaced,
several
Mr.
violent
Jensen.
skirmishes did break out, but no serious
Today I've
injuries
had to
were
deal with
reported.
petty vandalism,
This is
unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority. Today I've had to deal with petty vandalism, unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority.
Organization, Humanity Front. Speaking from the tarmac at Wayne County Airport, Taggart called the attacks
an extremely regrettable affair. I'd very much like to meet with David Seraf in person to offer my deepest sympathies and assure him that these attacks are in no way linked to Humanity Front. My people have worked tirelessly to find a peaceful solution to this dispute, and I unequivocally deplore the methods used by these hostage takers. Now, that being said, I do hope the UN takes a concentrated look at what happened here tonight.
Mr. Taggart went on to express a sincere desire to stand in front of the General Assembly with David Seraf, united in their cause to find a common ground. Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help but wonder if millionaire Hugh Darrow, the man whose innovations first propelled augmentation technology to the forefront, will also be present. So far, Mr. Darrow has refused our repeated requests for an interview. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. Back again to Detroit, where a handful of people were taken into custody this evening following yet another anti-augmentation demonstration. This time, patients attempting to access the 2nd Avenue Limb Clinic found their route blocked by supporters of the Humanity Front movement. The pro-human organization had received permission to gather and protest earlier in the week, but police decided to shut down the legal rally prematurely and closed the Broadview Tunnel. Perhaps they feared what might happen once the hostage situation at Seraf Industries resolved. Regardless, several violent skirmishes did break out, but no serious injuries were reported. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. All the media speculation surrounding that hostage situation in Detroit has just blown through the roof, thanks to the arrival of William Taggart, celebrity author and founder of the anti-augmentation organization Humanity Front. Speaking from the tarmac at Wayne County Airport, Taggart called the attacks
an extremely regrettable affair. I'd very much like to meet with David.
Remember to look up, feel about this, where I currently am at. Like, it's exhausting paddling and missing away. So to have caught this wave, I really want to ride it and enjoy the view at the same time.
All the media speculation surrounding that hostage situation in Detroit has just blown through the roof, thanks to the arrival of William Taggart, celebrity author and founder of the anti-augmentation organization Humanity Front.
Well, maybe
Speaking
next
from the
week.
tarmac
We'll
at
see.
Wayne County Airport, Taggart called the attacks
An extremely regrettable affair. I'd very much
There is
like
no
to
way.
meet with
Believe
David
me, I've
Seraph in
tried.
person, to offer my deepest sympathies and assure him that
Okay,
these attacks
goodbye.
are in no way linked to Humanity Front. My people have worked tirelessly to find a peaceful...
No offense, but if it were up to me, this place would have a no-aug policy. But that ain't never gonna happen. Not with people like David Seraph throwing their weight around.
Where are you, Jensen? I haven't got all night.
Hello, Pritchard. I'm almost in my apartment now.
Well, when you do get in there, connect the neural hub to your computer. I've created a secure tunnel, and I'll take over remotely.
You can access my personal computer.
Who do you think configured your security protocols?
Mr. Jensen, I fixed up your apartment real nice. That special request you asked for works like a charm. There's lots of room behind the big screen. I put the stuff in there that you asked me to. And thanks for that little something extra you left. The wife will be happy. There's lots of room behind the big screen. I put the stuff in there that you asked me to. And thanks for that little something extra.
Hello, who is it?
Yeah.
It must have been pretty bad, right?
My parents.
I know you've been there before. Bye-bye.
The Jackson. Whatever it was.
Liberty in mind and body. Oh, they were so right when they decided to pick that name. My brother got his hands augmented at a limb clinic last year, and it really made a difference in his life. My brother got his hands Yes?
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I knew you and that mess were close, but I didn't realize you were that close.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I guess I wanted to be reminded of what it was like to be with someone normal.
You were the one who wanted us to get enhanced. Now you're saying we're not normal anymore. Well, I'll try not to touch you too often with my cold, dead, metal hands. Okay?
Yeah, they were.
Please return.
There is no way. Believe me, I've tried.
That was then and here we are.
I'll see you later.
Welcome home, Mr. Jackson.
So Adam's apartment is one of the, I think, the most intricate, kind of interesting places in the game. You know, during the production, we actually called it the Adams Museum, and the whole idea is because that's what we wanted it to be. We wanted people to just walk through it, and just by observing, you know, just through all the show don't tell, to get a lot of information on Adam's background and Adam's personality and what's happened to him in the past, and also show that he likes cereals a lot. And also there's a secret stash behind the TV, which is a bit of an homage to the first Deus Ex, which was I think in Paul's apartment, where you had all the secret stuff with the computers behind the shelves and whatnot. And also Mary does all this stuff on the
there's all this stuff on the workbench, because we had written in his backstory this big long thing about how he's always been a collector. He used to go to old secondhand stores and stuff and find old mechanical objects that he liked to take apart, and because he was curious and he was very into that. And so we pulled that out, and what was interesting about it is we didn't actually tell the story of his backstory, but people who came and saw that workbench then made up their own stories and basically wrote to us and were saying things like, wow, it's so cool, it's like how he's trying to understand his own body and his new mechanics. And I was like, oh, I like that backstory a lot better than what I came up with. So yeah, that's what we're going with.
But actually it was that too. This room was supposed to give you all the personality of Adam Jensen through his environment. So.
Think about the consequences later. It's kind of programmed like that.
So one thing that we really wanted is to show some kind of quirky side to Adam's personality, and a good idea I think that we had was to show that he really likes to eat cereal. Sugar cereal, absolutely, kid cereals, which are also the ones that I like. And so we designed 3 boxes. It's Manuel, our storyboard artist, who's he's worked in animation for the longest time. He's an amazing artist in terms of doing cartoons, and he designed all these 3 boxes, and it turned out amazingly well.
Amazing,
yeah, they're insane, and also just the jokes that he put on them. And you see that there's bowls lying around in Adam's apartment of like unfinished cereal bowls and all that kind of stuff. And it really hit well with the fans, because there's a lot of fan art of Adam Jensen with his he's in a grocery store with his cart, and he's just like debating, does he get the Augment Chews or the Crunchy Pirates or whatever. So people really got into the whole thing.
And the Augment Chews are declined from the Jonah Chew, Jeffa Chew.
Yeah, all the Chew things that if you follow us on Twitter, we all have that. But that, I guess, my conclusion to all this is, when you design a game, don't underestimate details, and don't underestimate how much you push the quality of things that seem to be so, trivial, because this is what actually gives life. Not the only thing, but it's something that can actually give a lot of life to a game.
It's not a regret, but a long time ago, we used to just only really have a microphone in the studio. But to spend so much time.
So here we can see all these cards that Adam received while he was in convalescence from his operation. He had to stay home probably for quite a while, and these are the cards that people sent him to get better, to get well cards, and it shows the amount of details that we wanted to put in the game, and again the show don't tell, and to have a lot of the universe live through just little things like this that you could see.
And the fact that they're still on his desk shows that it was not a long time ago. He was somewhat rushed out of
or that he just never cleans, but
one or the other.
And then there's the cracked mirror, Mary, right?
Yeah, and the cracked mirror in his bathroom is a big part of it too. I think that we are always saying, even before we knew if we could have mirrors in it, we were saying we absolutely have to have a mirror in his bedroom, and he has to have cracked it. And it shows a lot about what he's been going through, and it did help us cover some of the technical limitations that we had in the game, I believe.
Yeah, because we decided we wouldn't have reflective mirrors for whatever reason.
And for some reason, like this kind of psychological reflection of his anger toward what happened to him, like, really resonated with the fans, and I think it made them empathize even more with the character.
And like I said, because technically we couldn't do actual mirrors throughout the whole game, so we kind of roll ball on it and have fun through the emails between him and the assistant.
Yeah, that's true.
Down in the lobby and all. So.
It became a bigger story.
The mention of you, there's all the preambles. And when is that? I'm sure believe that. Yeah, there's like a pie of things, and then
Augmented choose.
Pretty eagle, aren't they?
Hold on a minute. Yeah. Did you shave them? That's my boss. Yeah. No, it's probably very warm. That one t-shirt. T-shirts kind of have the one that just, it's in fake t-shirt. That's you know,
I wonder if
That cutscene actually, in the first iteration, in the first build of this map, it was a first-person cutscene in which you were seeing the computer through the eyes of Adam Jensen, and you would see everything that Pritchard was finding and everything. But it was very static. It was lacking the drama, and then our cinematic director really wanted to do it differently with a third-person approach, where we see Adam Jensen interacting with Pritchard and everything. And in the end, I think it's much more dramatic and much more interesting, more dynamic than what we had in the first place. Yeah.
So he wasn't working alone. Someone off-site was doing the actual hacking.
Exactly. And whoever it was tried to hide his location by using multiple satellites. But I may have just traced him to here, an abandoned factory complex in Highland Park.
Get me the address, Pritchard. Because if we're lucky, whoever pulled our terrorist strings might still be there.
this for climate ace.
Gotta hope you don't get
Close to one. Hey guys. This is the love that you need in the quick check. Gonna be the quick check.
not Jen. You need something in the box. Not that one. In fact,
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
lots of stuff in between.
Adam, it's David.
Let me guess. You're sending me to Highland Park.
Not just yet. Frank's figured out why the network's been compromised. There's a persistent transmission coming from Derelict Row.
Street gang territory.
Well, our dead friend was posing as an Antioch. Who better to hide with than the D-Row ballers?
Right. I'm on my way.
To do, I'll my gosh, you're right, I do. 3.5. Probably. Like, 2. Just need more than a couple of things. Like that one. You do it. And you did it anyway. That was what? But it was amazing. It's going to be precision in a different way. And I'm about to contradict myself, which I think. I like to have a lot of just interact to be a couple, something. This is home. I don't know where it came from. Sometimes it feels like it has come through you that, yeah, the connection. That we all do different things, we do different. We have to stop it. And through music, it's so the Kylie effect with it. And then I got letters, messages, really made such a difference. Envelopes just said Kylie Minogue, what's up? For the parent, department have bothered to with love and support, and it's that's beautiful.
Well, I was just actually thinking, I think initially you were misdiagnosed.
Misdiagnosed. Possibly just technology. Yeah, I mean. And you know, part of that's mine. There's different steps of clicking. I didn't have. I wish they'd wanna do this other test. It is knew about it. Everything. Next year, whoever's going through let's spend all the love possible. When I spoke with her manager,
Yeah, I guess I won't do that. It's just too much confusion. It's just too much confusion.
So Adam's apartment is one of the, I think, the most intricate, kind of interesting places in the game. You know, during the production, we actually called it the Adams Museum, and the whole idea is because that's what we wanted it to be. We wanted people to just walk through it, and just by observing, you know, just through all the show don't tell, to get a lot of information on Adam's background and Adam's personality and what's happened to him in the past, and also show that he likes cereals a lot. And also there's a secret stash behind the TV, which is a bit of an homage to the first Deus Ex, which was I think in Paul's.
Lights, camera, action, and that's it.
All right. That's it. Call it a day.
Apartment where you had all the secret stuff with the computers behind the shelves and whatnot, and also Mary does all this stuff
there's all this stuff on the workbench, because we had written in his backstory this big long thing about how he's always been a collector. He used to go to old secondhand stores and stuff and find old mechanical objects that he liked to take apart, and because he was curious and he was very into that. And so we pulled that out, and what was interesting about it is we didn't actually tell the story of his backstory, but people who came and saw that workbench then made up their own stories and basically wrote to us and were saying things like, wow, it's so cool. It's like how he's trying to understand his own body and his new mechanics. And I was like, oh, I like that backstory a lot better than what I came up with. So yeah, that's what we're going with.
But actually, it was that too. This room was supposed to give you all the personality of Adam Jensen through his environment. So.
Whoa, man. Put the gun away first. Mr. Jensen, I fixed up your apartment real nice. That special request you asked for works like a charm.
Live from London.
Before you ask, no, your mirror has not been replaced, Mr. Jensen. Today I've had to deal with petty vandalism, unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority.
Following yet another anti-augmentation demonstration. This time, patients attempting to access the Second Avenue...
Today I've had to deal with petty vandalism, unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority.
Made a plea for peace. This year's Christmas
decided to shut down the legal rally prematurely and closed the Broadview tunnel. Perhaps they feared what might happen once the hostage
Leave me
situation
alone.
at Sarif Industries resolved. Leave me alone! Several violent skirmishes did break out, but no serious injuries were reported. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. All the media speculations surrounding that hostage situation in Detroit has just gone through the roof.
Please,
Thanks to the arrival of
don't kill me.
celebrity author and founder of the anti-augmentation.
Leave me alone.
Just go away.
To offer my deepest sympathies and assure him that these attacks are in no way linked to Humanity Front. My people have worked tirelessly to find a peaceful solution to this dispute, and I unequivocally deplore the methods used by these hostage takers. Now, that being said, I do hope the UN takes a concentrated look at what happened here tonight.
Mr. Taggart went on to express a sincere desire to stand in front of the General Assembly with David Sarif, united in their cause to find a common ground. Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help but wonder if millionaire Hugh Darrow...
Every single day, someone earns $1 million in the stock market. Why can't tomorrow's lucky millionaire be you?
This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. Back again to Detroit, where a handful of people were taken into custody this evening following yet another anti-augmentation demonstration. This time, patients...
It's more personal and more directed to you, reflecting the challenging 12 months he has been through. The King's cancer treatment will continue into 2020. He is feeling positive.
Back again to Detroit, where a handful of people were taken into custody this evening following yet another anti-augmentation demonstration. This time, patients attempting to access the 2nd Avenue Limb Clinic found their route blocked by supporters of the Humanity Front movement.
I know
the pro-human organization had received permission to gather in protest earlier in the week, but police decided to shut down the legal rally prematurely and closed the Broadview tunnel. Perhaps they feared what might happen once the hostage situation at Sarif Industries resolved. Regardless, several violent skirmishes did break out, but no serious injuries were reported.
There is no way.
This is
Believe me,
Eliza
I've
Kassan,
tried.
reporting to you live from Picus.
I'll see you later. Before you ask, no, your mirror has not been replaced, Mr. Jensen. Today I've had to deal with petty vandalism, unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority. Today I've had to deal with petty vandalism, unreasonable demands from corporate clients, and a variety of other pressing problems. So facilitating your grooming had to be given a lower priority.
In no way linked to Humanity Front. My people have worked tirelessly to find a peaceful solution to this dispute, and I unequivocally deplore the methods used by these hostage takers. Now, that being said, I do hope the UN takes a concentrated look at what happened here tonight.
Mr. Taggart went on to express a sincere desire to stand in front of the General Assembly with David Sarif, united in their cause to find a common ground. Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help but wonder if millionaire Hugh Darrow, the man whose innovations first brought augmentation technology to the forefront, will also requests for an interview. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus.
This is a very different tone from what we heard a few days ago. Only yesterday, we heard from the Prime Minister's office saying that their negotiators have come back from Qatar after significant negotiations. The Hamas
All the media speculation surrounding that hostage situation in Detroit has just blown through the roof.
Someone earns $1 million in the stock market.
The Israeli presence there is an important issue. Today, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that the security in Gaza is going to be up to the Israeli forces. There will be no Hamas administration or presence. The Pope has prayed for the people of Israel and Palestine, for the people.
Jensen, I'd appreciate it if you instructed your street informants to use more conventional means of contacting you.
What are you talking about, Pritchard?
I mean, I found a message stapled to your door. Colo, alley off Bagley Avenue, Ezekiel. How cryptic.
That's near Seraph HQ. I'll look into it. Oh, and it's Cholo.
What'll it be?
Not nearly 10 days ago, these Tibetan and all the reconciliation leaders of religious provoking many cities and towns, even here in the district, predominantly
Be sure to tell all your friends. Just not the cops.
many questions about many people calling revenge and solution for them. The Allied communities are fearful because many of them
What's your pleasure, friend?
during the days of the many for this new leadership to maintain stability and one the incidents.
Be sure to tell all your friends. Just not the cops.
Officials in Kazakhstan. 28.
Alright. So, now what I got? I gotta stop the transmission. Or let's do the side quest. Yeah, we'll do the side missions next time. Next time on Let's Play Side Missions. Where are they anyway? One, two, three, 4, 5. 5 side missions. And looks like they're Got 2 on this side. And the rest are on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th one at? Oh, here it is. So I got 1, 2, 3 here and 1, 2, 3 there, huh?
President Zelensky. Energy system.
Okay.
In what he calls
So let's stay on this side.
Ukraine's air force.
I got this one here. Brick fort. Okay.
Mayor
Lesser evils. All right. Voices in the dark. Okay. And we'll do that. He will do that. Let's save it. And log out. Yeah, it's faster if you do it that way, huh? Let's see if it gives me any trouble, because I remember it used to give me problems when I used to just exit directly to the desktop.
Help 600 people with a volunteer team working day and night. The first guests to check in headed straight to bed with a chance of a peaceful night's sleep, somewhere quiet, clean, and comfortable. And after a good night's sleep, people have come down and enjoy.
Oh.
Served by some celebrity volunteers.
The guests have already had a night to sleep, and now they're coming down.
Yeah, it takes the same amount of time.
Making
Oh well.
teas, giving us some breakfast. It's a real, they properly.
It makes no difference. It still does the same thing. But at least it doesn't mess with me when I restart it. So, okay, folks, it's been almost 6 hours. That's enough time, I guess. So it's time to say goodbye. Billie Jean. Bye-bye, Billie Jean. Until I meet again.
Thank you.